That's 5 people in chat. JP, Phil, Morin, Blake, 1. And Griffle, I think, is the last person that's not there.
I'm getting there.
No, that's good. But you're here, so we can go ahead and just get started.
Mhm.
So, we're going to start with the same thing we start with. Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, where did we begin? What happened at the start of session?
We had just landed and we discussed the captain's log from the other ship that we got a hold of.
And sadly, I had to share the captain's log rather than have the captain's log shared by the person who got to see it. But yes, you guys got the captain's log to be able to sort of read and figure out what was going on with this other ship. And what was the overall gist / what was the decision that the group made about this captain's log? Yes, Foxy?
That was me that gasped, actually.
Definitely sounded exactly like Foxy.
I really thought it was.
That's really funny.
And
So I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead of where Gary has put us, so I'm holding my tongue for the time being.
Okay. Some gasping will occur at some point. All right. So, yeah, what's going on with the log, and what do we want to do?
The main thing I remember, like there was a bunch of stuff, but the main thing I remember that kind of impacts everything is once the storm started, the Leviathans became a lot more active. They increased their deterrent. But the other main thing is if you drink a lot of the water, it can still cause the same thing as the Stormhorn Gold, the melancholy and then like sense of purpose.
Right. So, something you got to get inkling of a lot later with Hatterai, which was it's not really something that the town really has much experience with because they drink almost always they drink like well water, which has some of the other stuff in it, but the effect is so diluted that he hadn't really been aware of anyone that had that going on with it. But with the context of that and with some other things that were going on, it's like that might actually be a thing that's going on. So it was something that you could bring up to Hatterai. And then the group decided to kind of start their quest for figuring out what's going on in the Reach by heading into the town of Emmett's Rest.
Um,
Good.
Prior to that, the rods affected Filibuster, Drock, and One.
Correct. So the rods had something that happened with them where they got extremely cold, and then the coldness passed, and not super sure what was going on with that.
Did we
well,
determine?
we were the only ones who touched the rain, so we don't know why they reacted to the rain, but it seems rain related.
Potentially, at the same time, the events that Drock perceived in his dream occurred on that day as well. So it
Oh,
was
Oh,
one.
interesting.
that's
Was that
true.
the gasp?
So yes, it was. So I
So
was wondering if potentially the occurrence of the events is what you guys felt, because didn't
Oh.
I think we asked Hatterai when it occurred. I'm trying to remember what he said though.
he
Well,
said
wait,
it
wait,
happened
wait.
the
it
night
happened
before.
the night before? So on day 1 of month 5, and then we went and talked to him on day 2 of month 5.
Mm-hmm.
So, but wait. Because Philly's guy was the guy on the Stormhorns that died,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
But like Hatterai already knew about it, and like news doesn't travel that fast, right? Like, so you're saying that in one day the guy died, Hatterai had his episode or whatever, and then what was the other one?
It was
Mine.
yours.
Oh, mine, which
Your
we
ship
can't
was
verify.
attacked. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
But there's
So
other dreams, right?
there are.
Yeah, but we don't know if they've happened or not. like the pregnant
Yeah.
chick, which was Syl, right?
Griffle.
Well,
Griffle.
there was a thing with Griffel's dream though that later on. I mean, we are getting a little ahead with recap, but what was Hatterai's opinion on whether that had occurred yet or not?
Oh wait, Okay, so Griffle
did-
was a
Yeah,
pregnant
she
wife.
is Hatterais pronouns, please.
Him.
He
Him. Right. So he said that he knew that the Lord Stonetree's wife was pregnant, but didn't said that he was sad to hear that she would lose the baby.
right would lose or had lost. Yeah. So from his perspective, the wife is still pregnant, although he made the point of it's a significant distance away, and they're not in like constant contact. They can do sendings, so like he could find out the answer. But the understanding is that he didn't think that one, if it had occurred, it didn't occur long ago.
But also we had sort of the question of, because in Griffle's dream there was a tiefling like in the Shadowfell, which we learned
Yeah,
is
now
like
that's significantly ahead of where we are. So let's get to
Okay.
that in a second. But
all right.
I will just say that all of us got wet in the rain, but only the three of you had that effect from the rods.
well,
But did all three
five
of
of
us?
you-
Sorry, go ahead.
5 of you got wet in the rain. But yes,
That's right. Yes, except for
Okay.
Snow.
Right, but that was after, because
correct. The night.
yeah, Philly Drac and I got wet, and then the rods were cold, and then everybody else got wet, and
Had no
there,
effect.
but there hasn't been that long of a delay yet.
Correct.
Like it was a several hour delay. I mean, I think your theory has legs. I'm just
We
saying.
didn't get back to the ship at the end of last session.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, we just invited him back to our ship.
Yeah, there was the discussion of what to do next, and it sounded like the answer was going to be go back to the ship, but there was enough unclarity that we did not actually go back to the ship quite yet.
Okay.
So you guys decide you're going to go into Emmett's Rest. What do you see on the way into Emmett's Rest?
The area seems
Right.
familiar, and we notice Hatterai's house on the upper right, that big one I think it was, and the church just inside with its doors kind of open.
What did you pass through before you got to the town?
Some kind of plantation that had been locked up,
Yeah, so
boarded
you
up
passed
against the
through
stone.
orchards, so plums and apples, and everything had been not abandoned but sort of locked down for the storm. And then you made it into town, and then yes, the sort of 3 points of interest that immediately stuck out were the smithy, which is on your immediate right as you walk into the town, the church, which is a little bit up and to the left, and then the mayor's house, basically the speaker's house, which is at the top of the stairs, basically the highest point in town, which is that red building.
The windmill.
Yes.
Okay.
So you make it into town, and what is your first stop? Where do you guys head?
The church.
Head to the church. So one thing I'm going to do is since there were there's a lot of exposition from Hatterai, and there's a lot of proper nouns and a lot of people and places talked about, I'm going to toss out a list of the ones that I immediately remembered that you guys heard, just so we have sort of a start point for a lot of people. And then we can kind of work from there because we're getting introduced to the first kind of proper noun that's being introduced. So these are some of the proper names that you heard from last time, not necessarily in any kind of order, just sort of tossing out some names that were mentioned in the session. So what was going on at the church?
So Drac had he recognized pretty much everything in the town. Like it felt very familiar as it would have in his dream. And so when we got to the church, we met Zamira. Is that how you pronounce it?
Zamir.
And so I think she's the mayor. I don't know if she actually said that, but she definitely had like a leader
Hadorai,
vibe.
I thought Hadorai was the mayor.
I thought he was like the elder.
Yeah, I don't think either of them were actually referred to as mayor, just both kind of looked up to and respected in the town.
Right.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the church itself, there were a lot of different denominations. Kind of, it was very non-denominational. Just everyone kind of could go and pray to their gods, and then yeah, Zamira. I recognized her basically, and then when I was talking to her, felt very much like we knew each other. There was a lot of familiarity there already. Basically, a link through the dream.
Hmm.
Out by it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she definitely got freaked out. Basically, alluded that she knew I knew the town, and that I shouldn't be like trying to play any games or lie to her.
Right. Because the assumption that she seemed to be coming to from your all's insight checks in the matter is she assumed that there was some sort of magical effect, right? Like she doesn't know what you guys are doing, but she's like, there's some sort of magical effect that they're doing that is affecting me, that's making me kind of want to trust them, and I don't like it. So this sort of I don't know if it's mechanically right. The it could be like a friendship spell or something like that, where she's like something is making me have this connection with this person, but I don't understand why I would have that, so I'm peacing out. So what is the next step? Where to next?
So she basically said, "Yeah, you already know where Hatterai's place is." She wouldn't even really tell us because she figured we knew, and we said we'd go talk to Hatterai, basically confirming, "Yeah, we know where it is."
Mm-hmm. So next step is head to Hatterai, which is the vast majority of the session is going to be talking to Hatterai. So I'm not going to try to do like a any kind of order of what happens when, but you all meet with Hatterai, and he invites you into his study to discuss things, and he also recognizes that sense of familiarity with Drock, something that he's less he's equally aware of it and equally aware that this kind of bothers him that it exists, but he's less like you guys are doing something against me and more like this is weird and I'm not exactly sure what's going on, more curious than offended. um and you guys spend, like I said, the majority of the session talking with Hatterai, and who, like, rather than what you guys talked about, like what is the group's impression of this person? Like, who is this guy and what's his deal?
So he like was sort of an adventurer, like a researcher, and went all around for a while, but he got injured
Specifically by cannibals.
in the swamp. Yeah. And so now he's kind of just the town elder and he's doing his research. Um, and he's trying to figure out, what the deal is with the storms. And he hasn't really made a lot of progress. He's kind of debunked some local theories, but he doesn't really have any like strong ideas of his own. Like he thinks that they're magical, obviously, and that they are tied to other planes or something, but he doesn't really have any specifics.
Mm-hmm.
He also told us just kind of a lot about the people in the area. So he told us about the witch of the Fengrove and Nazik. Um, and yeah,
So
we
one
talked
thing before we
about
get
a lot
into
of
kind
stuff.
of all of the sort of exposition you guys learned from him that I do want to make clear is that he was a professor, and was at the College of Daxia. So like in world, it is unlikely that all of you guys have heard of, like, know that much information about like the College of Daxia, but like the where the place is and the name of the city is something that everyone's going to vaguely know. It's a city that's on the continent, or not the continent, the island that Grace controls in the middle of the Center Sea. So it's not one of the big like named cities, but it's one of the bigger cities that doesn't have like a world ship associated with it, and it's under the control of the city of Grace. And that is the same place that Renata is from. So Renata is also a professor at that college or that university in Doxia. And so the two of them are peers, and he talks about it during your guys' discussion of, we apparently have a mutual friend, you know, and she's kind of difficult to work with at times if you don't give her the right information. So there's this ideally understanding that after you talk with him, he says that he is one of her peers, and then if you you know, because you guys have met Renata and because he talks about Renata without being prompted, you can kind of get that, yeah, he probably actually does really know her. Sorry, wanted to get that cleared up because I know the lack of world map is occasionally annoying, and I promise I am actually working on it. So that's who
Are
Hatterai
there,
is. Go ahead.
can I, so are there other like big universities, or is this kind of like the one big university for the world?
There are others that exist, although the idea of the university is pretty unusual. A lot of people would just say something like library trained.
Okay.
And so most of the people that are scholars and things of that nature, ritualists, adjuncts, you know, people that more or less have the ability to cast high level rituals but aren't like adventurers, they would identify themselves as either who trained them as an individual, or they would say they're library trained, and the assumption is that the library they're talking about is Anne's library. But there are other schools of learning. It's just pretty uncommon.
Okay. So he's like pretty rare, basically, like his type of
Yeah.
affiliation. Okay.
Any other questions or things about that? So, because I just want to kind of clarify that this guy is, you know, he's not like a village elder that happens to have extra knowledge. He's a guy who's from somewhere else who kept coming back to this town and then eventually just sort of settled here. So you guys start talking to him, and the conversation more or less gets broken up into three pieces. First piece is, hey, we have this weird familiarity. What do? Second piece is sort of, what do you know about the local peoples, the storm? How does it start? How does it end? What have you found out? Sort of the research angle of what's going on for what he's done, and also showing him your the angel bone. And then the sort of third piece of it, which was also a pretty big chunk of the session, was you all describing your visions to him, and then him telling you the context that he knew, and sort of discussing and figuring out things that were going on in the visions. So let's go over what I think should be the shorter version of things, of like what is going on in the Reach. What does he think is happening? What are you guys planning on doing? What sort of stuff did you guys learn? What sort of the whole exposition dump of what's going on? What's the current situation here? And then you guys can sort of discuss whatever you want, and then we'll get the session started.
I thought the main
there's
thing
a
was.
big.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say there's like a big like quote unquote changing of the guard in the orc tribes, right?
So that's one of the things that's going on. Yeah, the old chief is had something happen to him, and the new chief is doing something different. So what's happening with that changing of the guard?
I'll let someone else talk. I just know what's happening.
Well, it's also one of the pieces of it is your vision. So,
Well, my vision was of the old chief, right, returning to where he was given the title of chief, and then there was some sort of betrayal, and then we learned about where that took place.
mm-hmm.
But then there's this other aspect of where my vision took place, where there was there's mounds, and the mounds are possibly connected to the storms, which was something that he dropped on us.
Hmm. Gelf is the guy's name, yeah. Yes, and Kar Din Furuk. So Gelf Din Furuk is the old chief, and Kar Din Furuk is either the new chief or the presumptive chief. Is eventually going to be the chief, something along those lines. And then the Gelf Din Turek is the old guy, or Din Furuk is the old guy.
Didn't Hatterai confirm that Carr became the new chief?
So, from his knowledge, Kar is going to become the new chief. So he's
Okay.
like the acting chief, but not officially chief yet.
Okay.
He might be officially chief. He's not sure how long that process takes, but he knows that that is a thing.
And to
So
be
he
chief, he's going to have to go to the Stormhorns, right?
Hypothetically speaking, yes.
and he knew. So Hatterai knew that Gelth was dead.
Yes.
Can he tell us when he heard that?
Yes. He did not during the last session, so this is part of the recap. So I'll put that as sort of a note you can ask.
Okay.
Because it's a good question, but it was not something you guys discussed.
Yep. Okay. So one of the things that's going on in the Reach is that the tiefling that we saw in Griffel's dream was a broker for the Soul Collector guy who happens to be Lord Shadowmantle, who is Morin's patron, and is collecting souls for his own inscrutable purposes. And so,
Patron?
right? Isn't he? He's your guy.
Yeah, he and I have a deal,
Yeah, a
like a
deal.
corporate espionage deal.
I mean, he like brought you back from the dead.
But that was unrelated to our deal.
Oh, what was that related to?
So the elemental that I was binding to myself killed me, but I was partially successful in binding it.
Hmm.
And the elemental would not be able to survive if I was dead. So Shadowmantle resurrected me because he didn't want to lose his elemental.
I mean,
It
maybe
was
it's not
cheaper for him to resurrect me than to lose the elemental.
okay. Okay. Well, in any case, uh, so yeah, there's definitely something going on with Shadowmantle, and we can put a pin in this as it is recap, but I want to discuss whether us telling Hatterai about Griffel's dream is why that tiefling ends up at the birth.
Yeah, the idea of chicken and egging with divination magics.
Yes. What kind of theory of time travel does this campaign employ?
Mhm. So that's going to be somewhere to be considered on the list. So you know that there's a changing of the guard with the orcs. You know that I think I also spelled his name wrong again. Dacron. I keep saying Darkon. So Dacron Stone Tree, who's one of the leaders of at Three Trees. His wife is pregnant. Hatterai's knowledge has not given birth yet. So the events that you have going on, some of them might have already passed, or some of them have passed, and some of them might be future events. And then he did. You guys talked about wanting to do something with the end of the storm. Who is Nasik, and why was he brought up when you guys were kind of discussing kind of plans of actions?
So he's like the local guide who would get us through the fens.
And he's done a lot of research concerning stepping between the planes.
Right.
I think Hatterai talked about him in the context of the Reach has a lot of magical stuff going on, and the planar boundaries are weaker or looser
Hmm.
here.
Mhm.
And so a lot of different people have come to the Reach because loose boundaries between the planes is attracted to them for some reason. And Nasik is one, Shadow Mantle is one, and potentially the Witch is also one.
Correct. Now, this is going to be getting into some stuff that kind of inference, but when he was talking about Nasik, saying, "Hey, if you're gonna, this is a person who kind of knows what's going on." Did he? Did you guys remember what Hatterai's sort of opinion of Nasik is? Kind of what's going on between him and Nasik? Because I think
I mean,
someone made a check for me on that.
I think it was sort of like an uneasy, like he didn't really trust him.
Yeah. So he seems like he knows Nasik decently well, but also doesn't really trust him.
Now, I thought that I had asked if I recognized his name or if I understood
Mm-hmm.
what language his name was, but I don't actually have a note.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, we thought it sounded like something, and then
His
it
name
wasn't.
means table in Primordial, but it's not in Primordial. It's fake
Not a
Primordial.
primordial name. Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
And also correct on the word as well.
I got a good memory, Gary.
Yes, and Nasik is the Nasik. Slightly different pronunciation, but Nasik is the Arabic, the primordial word for table. But Nasik is actually in Abyssal, which is one of the languages of Knowles.
Right. He's an old. Yeah.
So anything else from kind of what was going on? So you learned a little bit about the Bulug people as well, and kind of some of the other kind of peoples of the Reach. Anything else that you guys have either from notes or want to discuss that you think is important before we kind of get to the part where we go through the dreams really quickly, and then kind of what your conclusion is of what to do with Hatterai? Go ahead.
So Hatterai mentioned his friend, the blacksmith, and his son had asked Hatterai, I think, to find him, or they were worried about him. And I wrote down that he had been primarily drinking rainwater.
Yeah,
so
the sun was part of my dream. Yeah.
Yeah, so Cicero, who's the blacksmith's son, was in Drock's dream. And then the blacksmith, his name is Ephron. Hatterai had sort of assumed that he'd been sort of, burning the candle at both ends type deal of working through the storm, and had, gone off on his own, probably to maybe into one of the abandoned houses or one of the abandoned orchards, and just gone to retreat because he was a solitary type of person, and his kid is a lot. So he was like, I think he's just gone somewhere to chill, and I've told Cicero that it's nothing to worry about. But after your all's discussion, he's like, well, he's drinking mostly rainwater pretty much all the time. That might actually be a bigger deal. I might need to look into what's going on. What else? What other notes or pieces of information or questions or whatever from talking to Hatterai?
The only other thing I was going to mention is he doesn't necessarily know what's causing the rain, just has a lot of things he wants to look into to see if they're related, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't necessarily have an exact answer, but threads we can pull on and investigate.
Oh, and also he told us about he heard like a voice when the storm started, and we thought it was in Giant. And
Oh yeah, and we're trying to decode that.
yeah, and so I was kind of able to decode it, but not well because he was like, yeah, remembering it. So there's that note.
Yeah, so the idea is that Hatterai heard this thing and was not really sure exactly what it was all about, but it seemed important to him, and he didn't know the language. So he, as soon as he heard it, he wrote it down phonetically as best he could, and has been trying to work with someone who natively knows Giant to figure out what's being said in this thing, as it seems to be related to the storm.
We
I
did
think
confirm it was ancient true giant, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
we also asked him, like, I think in terms of the storm, what was the first thing that he'd want to investigate? And he said he wanted to know why there wasn't a Leviathan in the lake.
Yeah. So once we get past this part, which is, you get to the session of, hey, we'll go with you, and we'll help you travel around, and we'll go and figure out what's going on and kind of report back to you. Because he's like, I'm not an adventurer, but we're like, well, yeah, but we are, and if you've got ideas, we'll go and we'll look into things for you. He says that he's got lots and lots of questions, but one of the ones that's sort of top on the mind is, why are there no Leviathans in the lake? Because he makes the point, right, of so what is, I guess we'll ask this. Do you guys remember what Hatterai's opinion of the Leviathans and how they're related to the storm?
I think he said that he thought that they were drawn to the storm.
Do you,
So
do you
not that
remember
they
why?
caused it. I don't know why he thought that. No.
Okay. So basically he explains, right, when you guys are discussing about the rods, that the storm has a massive amount of energy. Like the water is magical, but it's very, very slightly magical, but it's also covering this enormous area that the total magical energy is just kind of unthinkably large. And so he's like, because of that, this is just putting tons and tons and tons of energy into the system, and big predators and basically anything that responds to the large amounts of energy is going to respond to it. So his kind of opinion is that, like, maybe your divinations in the rods, why are you being drawn to the reach, might be because it's just this massive ball of energy that's warping everything around it, and also thinks that that's why the Leviathans are here, or that's going to be at least part of it.
And so he also told us that Leviathan generally like to be in like close, deep water, right? Like rivers, like they hide in the rivers.
This is something that your characters would know. Like, Leviathans and rivers is not unheard of, but very rare. Mostly they're just in deep water. So any very large body of water, so anything that's like, basically, if you think of like a world map, anything that's big enough to look like a lake or an ocean or whatever is going to have some sort of Leviathan activity, most likely. And like the inner sea, right, the center of the continent is dominated by a big sea, and there's an island in the middle of the sea that Grace is on. And Leviathan activity in the inner sea is a constant kind of thing that people deal with. And Leviathan in the North Sea, all the beacons, all the technology that goes to warding them off. Wherever you have deep water, wherever you have large bodies of water, you have Leviathans.
Okay. So this little lake by the 3 trees, that should be big enough to have Leviathan.
So pulling you back to world map,
Lake Obai.
Lake Obai. So I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, right?
No.
I cannot.
Let's try again.
Yes.
So map is drawn to scale. If you guys can see.
Mm-hmm.
So
So it's a pretty big lake.
yeah, it's a pretty big lake.
Okay.
Big enough that people
And
like
what's the metric units there, Gary?
Oh my god.
you have Googles. You can answer these questions.
I think scientifically it's many
Just double it.
many meters.
Like some 2,000 bananas, right?
Yeah. What was it? The asteroids and stuff were being measured in weasels and giraffe.
Yeah.
It's many giraffes across. But yes, so Hatterai is like, if I was able to freely go around the Reach and ask whatever questions I wanted, you give me a magic wand that says you're here and you can find an answer. He's like, one of my first questions would just be, why is this a thing? Because again, he's making the point of like Leviathans go to energy. Leviathans are a symptom of the storm, but also this lake in the middle of the area affected by the storm supposedly doesn't have any Leviathans in it. Why? That doesn't match up, right? So he brought that to the attention at the end of session last time.
You go the map one more time. Sorry, or I could just look it up. I know, but
Yeah, it's fine. I can leave it here because leaving it here while we're discussing things that are going on is also probably pretty useful.
so like we know that this river is deep, like, or he knows it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like that should be deep enough that a Leviathan could get into the lake.
Correct.
But there's also Leviathans in the inner sea is completely surrounded by land in the continent.
Yeah. There are two. Well, there's one river and then one like one full river and then one river that is like dammed off that goes from the inner sea to the ocean. It is possible for the Leviathan to go through them as well, although the one that is like a straight shot is not the most is not a very deep river. To be difficult to do. It's the river that many of the people in the campaign that did the first part of the campaign are familiar with. Is the river that Faith is on. It goes from the inner sea to the ocean.
Oh, okay.
So, what other questions? What other discussions? What other things you guys talked to Hatterai about? If people don't
Gary,
have,
you said we told him we could go investigate for him. I thought we told him you come with us.
yeah, same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, it was. He's like, I will go with you. I'm not gonna like walk through the swamp by myself, but you told him you have an airship. So he's like, well, if you can get me to your airship, I will chill on the airship and, be nearby while you guys go adventure. So the idea is just that he's not going to be the one that's delving into the dungeon with you. Like he's staying behind.
Yeah.
Also, why? Here's a good question. Why would he be staying behind? You guys know this?
His leg is
His
chunked
leg.
out.
Right. He's missing a big chunk of his thigh.
Oh, another point that I'd like to bring up, it might not be super important, at least not yet, is he thought that my character had a different disease than I actually have.
No, he thought that you had a disease, and he assumed that it was the disease that is deadly around these parts, and that he had other people in the area know that he has the ability to cure this thing. So somebody shows up at his door with a very obvious magical affliction on them, and he goes, "Oh, someone's here to have me cure disease on them."
Yeah. Okay.
We didn't tell him what it actually was, did we?
I think we
You-
did.
You let him know that it might turn someone into a monster, but don't worry about it. We've got it under control.
That sounds like us.
Yep.
We also, I guess we talked about this a little bit, but we showed him the rods and he like kind of knew what they were, but not totally. He was like interested in them, but not like super intrigued, was kind of my sense.
Yeah, he understood some of the characteristics of the item. So he's like, I recognize some of the pieces of this. He doesn't really know what it is, but it's like some of the pieces here make sense to me. Some of the properties of this item, the mutability of the item, of the base material. He's like, that means that this is some sort of divination tool, which seems to match up with what you guys know about it. But he's like, I don't know, I don't have a lot of details. And he did remember things once he passed it back to the group.
Right, which is rare.
I wonder if that's because he was linked to me through the dream.
Could be.
So I do want to get back just for a second because we did bring up the disease thing. You guys decided to not have him use cure disease, but he thought it was a different disease. What did he think it was?
The
whip.
whip.
The whip.
Yeah, so he thought it was the blood whip, and he gave a little bit of a discussion about the blood whip and what it was, and what was the blood whip? Why was his assumption that you guys come here to have that cured, and what is it?
It was a highly contagious respiratory ailment.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess there had been an outbreak maybe like 10 years ago or something. Like people around these parts were pretty concerned about it coming back.
Yeah, so there was an outbreak of the blood whip in 78, and the blood whip of 78 took a whole big chunk of the town. So that was his sort of thing of like the people here, most of the people here have the town was basically hit by a terrible plague within living memory. If you come up with showing signs of disease and illness, it's very likely that people are going to have a problem with you just as a baseline. Like they're going to react, right? Because everyone remembers this. The current year is 85. The 78 was only 7 years ago. The 7 years ago they had this massive outbreak. And so he's just letting you guys know, hey, if you're going to be going around asking questions and stuff, anyone that can recognize that this one of your party members is afflicted with something is probably going to not be as helpful as they might otherwise be.
Makes sense.
So anything else before we kind of get to the offer, the hey, come with us. We've got, cake and an airship and answers. Anything else that people think is important to bring up? Sounds like a whole lot of no. So one thing I do want to make a point of is that the when he kind of went through each of your all's dreams or each of your all's visions, he seemed to sort of reaffirm a lot of things and be kind of where we thought certain things were happening does actually seem to be where things are. The manor at Three Tree does seem to match. You gave a description. Yeah, that seems to match what I'm familiar with. You gave a description of the of his study. He was aware. Yeah, that's obviously my study. Gave a description of we thought this was somewhere on the North Sea in the flotilla. So he kind of reaffirmed things with the exception of the one vision where you said, oh, well, this happens in Three Trees. And then he was able to sort of talk you guys through. Your descriptions were able to give him enough information to say it's not actually at Three Trees, it's in the Stormhorns. And specifically, it is somewhere in the Stormhorns. And he had a notebook of his with some information on this. Where was Filibuster's vision actually?
I don't know what it. I think it's just called the Three Trees in the Stormhorns, which is just a place up in the mountains somewhere where some sort of orcish tribal ritual happens.
There's like a monument, right?
Mm-hmm.
A monument to commemorate fighting back the dark forces from underneath or something.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what the exact phrase was.
So there was a great battle once won against the creatures of the Underdark, long ago, and from the orcs' perspective, this is also the place that they go to be affirmed as chief. As it's a ritualistic area, although it is very far away from Wormhall, so there is this sort of quest to go there. But everyone kind of has their different interpretations of this, and he had some information about in a like a history book basically of, oh, this is a monument to this old battle with these peoples that got together and fought back something long ago.
And we had a whole discussion because we thought that the mounds from Philly's Dream were the monument, but they're not. There is a monument and there are also mounds.
Correct. So the depiction of the monument is that there are these 3 staircases, sort of small, medium, and large, going up the side of this hill. The top of the hill, part of the top has been carved out to have a gallery of little sort of alcoves that have these statues of the great warriors and kings and important people from the previous battle. And then there's this huge kind of open area with a monolith that's erected in the middle that has writing of some kind on it. And in the description that he said that there are mounds that are nearby, but they're not. They're close enough that basically someone's artist's like rendition of it includes them as sort of like the border of the area where the monument is, but it's not really seen as important by the people, at least for the history writers don't consider the mounds important.
Philly, in your dream, wasn't it that like then there was a 4th staircase?
Yeah, 4th mound, 4th staircase.
There's not a 4th
there's-
staircase, but there was a 4th mound.
What? You keep throwing me off.
Well, you have a copy of this thing. I'm not changing it on your computer. I promise.
Okay, so there was a 4th mound, and we do know, right, that the battle took place, like it coincided with the last or the first storm, the first recorded storm.
Yeah. So Hatterai made the point of when there was discussions of it that it's not. He doesn't have anything that says, "Oh, the battle happened, storm happens." Right? There's nothing. There's no recordings from the discussion of the battle that say that there was this storm and it would have been recorded. But he's saying that it seems to be contemporary with the battle, right? That this is so long ago that they don't use like exact. I don't have an exact date. The storm happened on this date from here to here, and the battle happened on this date from here to here. But they seem close enough that they might have happened within the same year. They might have happened in the same few months. They might have happened in the same decade. They're close enough that, from the historian's perspective, they basically happen at the same time.
Right. And so, okay. So, and then we are now on the 4th storm since then, and now there is a 4th mound.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
In Philly's dream, there were 3 and then 4, or were there 4 the entirety of the dream?
They're for the entirety of the dream. And Gary, this is the thing I don't understand. It says the mounds known as the 3 trees.
Yes.
So they are known as that.
Again, the idea is the signal fidelity, right? The people in the world will use sometimes synonymous things to mean different things.
Wow.
So if you're like, "Oh, this seems confusing," yes, it is confusing.
Okay.
But to answer your question, there were always 4 mounds during the vision. However, part of the vision was that the person who was experiencing the vision vividly remembered there being 3, right? So from that person's perspective, there had always been 3, and that there is 4 now was seen as a change.
And the 3 represented past, present, and future. Who knows
Correct.
what the 4th one represents?
So had all this stuff, talked about all these things, all these places, and then the change became like, he's like, I'm not an adventurer. I don't go around doing these things, but if you guys are going to go someplace, if you guys are going to go deeper into the Reach, you should talk to Naseek. He's one of the only people that'll help you get from A to B, and there might be a price associated with it. You might have to watch your back, but you're much less likely to just die if this person is your guide. And you all said, nah, we don't need that. We've got other modes of getting around. At which point the discussion became, should we? And then yes, we should invite Hatterai to the ship. So that's going to be kind of the end of recap in the beginning of next session, even though I know we're an hour into game right now. Because yes, I this is going to be a longer recap regardless, just because I know last session was a ton of exposition. But if we have other things that we want to bring up, let's bring them up in the future. But let's try to get game started here. Of discussion of, okay, well, we want to bring him to the ship. Let's kind of begin there. And I have not forgotten about the, hey, we should ask, when did Gelf die, that sort of stuff. But what what do you guys want to do with Hatterai, right? Like, is it bring the ship here? Is it bring him there? You know, he makes the point of like, I can't really travel through normal means. There's discussion of using a disc. I'm going to take a step back and let the group discuss, are we still going to invite Hatterai? If so, how do we get him to the ship, or how do we get the ship
He
to
can't
here?
travel because of his leg, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
How big is he? How much does he weigh?
Griff's just gonna carry him.
I'm pretty strong.
He's not a big guy. He probably is in like the 150, 160 pound range. He's
Oh
decently
god,
tall, but
freedom
he's
units.
pretty wiry.
Yeah.
He's
10 stone.
like 60 kilo.
70 kilos.
Well, we do have the Tensor's disc, which is at walking speed, and I can cast it for free once a day. So
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that, by the way? I don't know what that is.
just a floating disc.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
ritual.
yeah, if he's cool sitting on a disc, we can just like floating about. I mean, it's not far to the ship, right?
Does he actually want to come with us?
He
Yeah.
does.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
So the point was made, right, that he was trying to make it clear. Listen, if you guys are going to travel in the Reach, it is very dangerous. Like, the Fens is basically between, you know, if you look at the map, right, from Emmett's Rest to everywhere else in the Reach, the Fens is in the way. So if you're going to go through the Fens, you need to have a guide, because there are cannibals in there. The Bulldogs will capture you and eat you. So don't do that. And then you said, yeah, we can just fly over the Fens. It's not a problem. In which case, he's like, well, if you know, part of my life's work, because again, he talked earlier, right, that a lot of the people at the university had like lifelong projects that they would work on. This is mine. So he's like, if you guys are going to go fly around the Reach and find answers to all these mysterious questions, I'm in for this. Like, yeah, if you're inviting me to come along, I will accept that invitation.
I think our only question, because it's like 20 miles, is that Griff could summon the ship to us, but we wouldn't want it to come too close to town, because then people will remember it. So, like, maybe we could summon it a little closer.
Wait, I can do that?
That's
Yes,
what Gary said.
it is one of the properties of your helm.
Oh shit. It's got a radius on it though, doesn't it?
It's like Knight Rider. There's not a radius. It's as long as you're on the same plane.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Don't you read your items?
Yes, but it's been a while.
Or watch the 5-hour video. Come on.
But yes, you can command the ship to come to you. It does move fairly slowly.
Slight problem since I'm using dark mode. The tables in here have like light gray text on a like pale
Yeah, dark
background.
mode is good for some things, but not for others, we discovered.
feel
I
like
kind of need dark mode if I'm going to be reading anything more than a couple of paragraphs, though.
Yeah. I like
think
dark mode.
that is highlighting it made it to where it was legible.
Mm-hmm. Okie doke.
Yeah, my only solution that I had for that was highlighting it.
Cool.
I can see if I can change, because these tables are like copy pasted tables, and I'm not sure I can change the color
good.
to less.
I'll just
problematic.
highlight it. It's fine.
Yeah, if we can like get him on the disc, travel a ways, and then meet the ship, or like halfway kind of thing. If he's cool with that, I think that's the best plan. We should ask him if he needs to talk to Zamira or anyone and say that he's taking off with us.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. We don't
'Cause, I
want
Five
mean, yeah.
psychopaths come into
kidnap
your
him.
village and take your elder.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, she already had, like, this weird trust-distrust thing going on if we just take off without talking to her.
So the kind of getting into session, hey, we'll take you. Do you need to talk to them before you leave? He will say, anyone that comes here is able to freely enter my house. I'm always available to the people of the village. I will allow any of them to come here, and I will write a detailed description of where I'm going and why. I know one other member of the town is able to cast ascending to me, so I shouldn't be completely out of contact. However, I do, on a more personal note, think I should speak with Ephraim's son. Cicero will be worried about the disappearance of his father, and if I leave with only a note, I think that would be uncomfortable at minimum for the boy.
What happened to his father again? Do we know about this?
His father has been exclusively drinking the rainwater. and has
Oh,
now
this
just-
is the dude. This is the dude who went full on hermit and.
The blacksmith.
Okay, right, cool.
So basically, he says, I'll leave a detailed explanation of that I'm leaving, and I want to personally talk to the smith's son.
Sure,
Sounds good to me.
we will allow it.
So, starts to write out a description of basically people have come into the come to my presence, help me figure out what might be going on. I'm going with them to help and try to stop the storm, to end the storm before it drowns the town. So it's going to take him a little while to write all this down because it looks like he's writing it. He's writing it, but he's also seems to be writing the same thing a couple of different times. Like maybe he's sort of expecting people to need different explanations or to or like take a copy of things he's writing down. So it's going to take him a little while to do this. So other questions or things you guys want to do while he's writing with a note to say that he's leaving?
Can you tell us where the blacksmith's son is? We can maybe go get him. And bring him
Oh.
here.
If you would be willing to do so, yes. Cicero is at the smithy. He's he's not ill, but the boy did suffer some side effects from recovering from the whip. His lungs do not function properly, and he's not able to go great distances. But it should be easy for him to come here from the smithy.
Should we go get him, guys?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so he stays there to kind of write stuff. Is kind of the whole crew heading over to the Smiths, or is like it's literally next door? Well, yeah, pretty much.
Might as well just send one person. It would be weird for like 5 people to come in and be like, "You come with us."
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep sitting by the fire.
If the question then becomes, if you're sending one person, who are you sending?
Griffel will go.
Griffel, be nice. Don't just pick him up and carry him.
I only did that one time. I mean, sorry, Captain.
So,
Insubordination.
so Griffel, you head off, kind of get at least cloaks and that sort of stuff. You're not going very far, but it is still raining, as it has been for quite some time. To go to the smithy, you don't need any instructions. Like you can basically see it from opening the door. And the door to the smithy is open. Would you just walk in, or would you knock on the right? Like the smithy is sort of a business, but also it's a small town, so it's like a normal door. It's not like it doesn't look like a business, I guess you'd say.
Oh man, I'm used to like I'm used to like the guild smithies where people would just walk in, so I'll just walk in.
Okay. So you walk in. It's a little cold inside the smithy, which is it might not actually be that much colder than anywhere else, but the fact that it's not warmer inside of the smith is immediately relevant or immediately
Oh.
obvious to say. And there's a big open room with what you'd assume is like kind of all the tools of trade, like two anvils, a couple of things of water, or a couple of barrels. One of them is significantly smaller than the others that kind of has these little like turning lids on them, a big open fire with bellows and things, or a big open fireplace at least with bellows and things, but everything is cold, and you can see coming from behind the counter, kind of deeper into the smithy, that there is a light, and then some sounds of like movement.
Hello.
So you hear like a clattering of things, and then the light kind of, it doesn't go away completely, but it dies down for a second, and you hear someone's voice. Um, hello, I, I think we're supposed to be closed, but well, no, I give me a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. The door was open. I just thought I'd walk on in. I'm here with a message from Hatterai.
Oh, Master Hatterai has a message. Oh, I just need to you see the light in the other room is getting brighter again. I will be a minute.
Do you need help?
No, I've got everything. It's, you can hear a sound like actually see if I can make one. Like that in the distance.
Gary. Come on, man.
Bellows. Keep your mind.
I don't know what that sounded like. I know what I was using, but it should sound like a flapping cloth.
Okay.
I was using a blanket to go.
Okay. I won't push it. This is unfamiliar territory, and I don't want to be rude.
Okay. So I kind of wait there. You hear the thing, and you hear what is probably Cicero kind of mumbling to himself. Oh, and then after a second, you see a boy come around the bend into the proper central area of the forge. You're a customer. Yes, no, a messenger, or I just need a moment. He scrambles over the top of the counter and then runs over towards the one of the big barrels, grabs like a ladle. It's a ladle, but it's like 5 or 6 times the size of a normal ladle. So like a ladle that instead of having just like a cup at the bottom has like a full size bowl, and he
So it's like a bagel instead of a little.
All right, I'm logging off. Thanks, guys.
Somewhere left, everybody. He dips it in, hooks it over his shoulder, and then very quickly kind of walks around the edge and goes back into the other room with this big ladle of water, which you then immediately hear kind of splashing on something in the other room.
How old is this kid?
Cicero is.
And I didn't catch the race either. Not that it matters that much. But
he's human,
okay.
and he looks like he might be in like if he's like a teenager, he might be really small for a teenager, or if he's like he might be like maybe 12, somewhere in there.
Okay.
So you hear.
Did Hatterai mention a mother or other family members?
He did not.
Oh no. Alright. I walk around into the back room.
Okay. So you walk around to the back room, and as soon as you come around the corner, you can see he has torn off the curtain from the only window in this room. So like a small bedroom. And he's currently using that to try to smother a small fire that's in the area that he's just doused with water, and he's now trying to like completely cover it up. And there is a couple of things sort of spread around in front of him. He's got like little markings on the floor around, like looks like drawn in chalk, in a half circle around a little raised box. And then there are several different things. One of which obviously is probably that very much looks like the thing that started the fire, is a hot poker that is sitting just slightly off the floor with a little piece of metal underneath it, kind of holding the hot part off the floor. And then there's an open box of matches. There is a little bowl that looks like it had the remnants of something that was on fire. And there is a piece of flint and steel that are sort of set off to one side. That looks like doesn't look like it's properly placed, like someone just put it down after using it.
So he's got a flint and steel, he's got matches, and he's got a hot poker.
Yes.
Oh
And
my
apparently just
God.
started a small fire.
Okay, I'm gonna. What? I have like soft clothing as well as my armor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I also have really calloused hands as well, so I'm gonna use whatever I can to help him smother the fire.
Yeah. The fire, the ladle and the water and the smothering looks like it's done the vast majority of the work. Like the little thing, the little table he was using looks like it's going to be a little singed, but the fire is basically out before you come to help. But you can help him kind of get it all sorted.
Yeah, and then I'll just be like, "Deep gods, boy, what were you trying to do?"
Well, and then as he pulls back the sort of the smothered curtain that's now kind of blackened and slightly, you can see when he pulls it back on the little sort of I don't know if you guys have side tables, but like if I say a floor side table, do you know what I'm talking about? Like a little yeah. Okay, so he's got a little floor side table that's down there, and when he pulls back the curtain, you can see little bits and pieces of like burning and stuff, and then you can see in the middle of it it's about 8 inches long and it's about 2 inches thick. There is a big black candle with a stark white wick sticking off of it that is covered in these bone white writing that is in a language you do not recognize.
I grab him by the wrist and twist his arm behind his back, and then shove him like against the wall.
So when you kind of push him against the wall, when he starts to kind of start like breathing heavier, you can tell pretty quickly. I mean, you've got passive heal is not really a thing, but passive perception with knowledge of anatomy and healing is a thing that exists.
Mhm.
And you can tell that it really shouldn't be that difficult to breathe from the way you're holding him. Like it should barely inhibit your breathing at all. But he's breathing like it's very difficult, like he's run miles right now. So you're
Okay,
holding
so
him. What do you do?
yeah, holding him against the wall, and I'm just like, "Explain yourself immediately."
I I can't breathe.
All right, calm down. I like let go. I ease his arm slightly, but like don't completely let go.
So he grabs hold of, he takes his free arm, he grabs hold of his shirt, he puts it up over his face, and then you can see him kind of taking breaths as deep as he can kind of into his shirt. And then after kind of about 30 seconds or so, he stops coughing, stops breathing so hard, and then kind of calms down for a second. I I'm just, I can't get it to light. I've tried uh, things, and you startled me. I,
What?
I
Do you want to light something like this? Where did you even get this?
I could you give me something like an intimidate check?
Yeah, absolutely. Where am I on the map?
You did not have a so everyone else dragged their token out. So You can
Oh,
drag.
how does one drag token out?
So if you just hold left click on your name in the journal and you just drag it onto the map, you'll get your token.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Oop. Oh, that just opened it.
Yeah, so you have to hold left click and drag.
Ah, there we go.
There you go.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, I have a handout for Cicero. I can just show you what this kid looks like.
So not great, if I'm honest.
So like okay.
8. Yeah.
So he had enough time to get over the initial shock of you look different, you're big, you're scary, all that sort of stuff. And he's like, oh, well,
I want to say that like there's more worry in my voice than there is harshness, and he probably picked up on that.
well, I mean, it belongs to my father, and my father isn't here, so it belongs to me. If I want to light it, I can. And he looks like he's trying to stand up a little straighter, even though you're still holding his arm, so he can't really stand up.
So I tell him, I'm like, you stand here. I'll deal with you in a moment. And then I take the poker just to be safe, and I go back out and dip it in the water barrel.
Okay. So it hisses because it was still, it wasn't like
Yeah.
completely red hot, but it was kind of orange.
And I'm like muttering the entire way, like, blasted pyromaniacs burn your father's forge down. What will he come back to?
Okay, so by the time you get back, he has taken very clearly taken the candle and stuffed it into a pocket.
All right, I'm like, you come with me, and I like put my hand not like hard but firmly on the back of his neck and start marching him out of the forge.
So he doesn't protest. And again, as you're moving the guy, like I said, he looks like either a kind of underdeveloped young man or a slightly older looking child.
He's got the baby face.
Yeah, he's got a case of baby face, but he's also very very slender. So he's like 5 foot, maybe 4, 5'4", 5'5". But
Oh,
he's
cute. For context, guys, my fully grown 25-year-old partner is 5'3", and I'm like 6 feet.
That's awesome.
That's how you're
Yeah.
So I will say that also, like, you can tell that, like, by frame, right? Like, he looks like someone who's not done growing, right? Like, he's got
Yeah.
So if you guys have ever seen someone that, like, as a kid you're like, oh, that guy's gonna grow up to be like 7 feet tall or something, not quite much, but like that guy's gonna grow up to be someone who's big. That's what this kid has going on. He's just sort of in that weird, awkward middle state. So you drag him
So
up.
I march him back to Hatterize, and then as we go, like I know it's not far, but just like I drop him a couple of like harsh looks, like, you stupid child.
So he shuffles into the place, and you guys, as Hatterai is writing, it took Griffle a little longer than you might expect to go get the kid, but not like long enough that you're like, where the hell did they go? So it comes in with the boy in tow kind of holding onto him, and then Hatterai kind of like looks at, I did not mean that you needed to force him. Cicero, boy, come here. And kind of like gestures for him to come, kind of in the same, while looking at you like, let the kid go, like he's a little worried.
Yeah, I let the kid go, but I'm just like, I found him trying to burn his father's forge down. Ask him what he was doing.
What? I was not. Well, it's just my own house. It's my own business. You see him sort of giving that same sort of like putting his back up, like trying to be defiant. And then you see Hadorai kind of lean forward towards him and say, I know you. You would not endanger your father's work or anything like that. You were doing bindings and things for his work. Maybe our friend here is not familiar with the parts of your trade that could be dangerous looking. What were you doing? I, I father had a thing, and he reaches into his pocket, pulls out the candle, and he's talked about it before. And I thought maybe if I could light it, that it would do something. I don't know. And he kind of holds it out, really sheepishly to Hadorai, in the same sort of manner of like, a kid that's old enough to have a little bit of backbone, but still young enough to feel like really embarrassed in front of an authority figure that's sort of scolding him in a very kindly way. And Hadorai takes the thing out of his hand, sets it onto the table, and then puts both of his hands on Cicero's one hand where he took out the candle. Your father is not gone. You don't need to go through any extraordinary measures to go and bring him back from somewhere. We do not know if there's anything even wrong. And these people here, he gestures around to you all, will be helping us with what's happening with the storm. If, in the very unlikely event, anything has happened to your father, these people, not some gifted sorcery, will be the way to solve the problem. And you see Cicero kind of nodding along, even before he finishes, like, embarrassed.
With my knowledge of ritual casting, do I recognize the nature of the candle?
So you can tell that the runes and stuff on the side of the candle are very much like magic in nature, but they're not in a language you can read. So you don't know what it says. That being said, Morin, you recognize the script that it's written in, but you don't recognize the words. So it's really easy for you to determine what language it's written in. So while you know Primordial, you don't know the language it's written in. You can tell from context that because it's written the way that it is, that it's using the Barazad script. So the whatever's written on the side of it is written in Abyssal.
Just wondering, like from a I guess like player assumption point of view, like Abyssal is typically associated with like, oh no, big bad. Does that hold true here?
So Abyssal as a language has a lot of negative baggage associated with it in the world as well.
Okay.
Although because a lot of times to people who do not know Primordial, it is very difficult to figure out if it is Primordial or Abyssal because again they use the same script. It's there's the assumption that if someone who does not know Primordial sees it, they're gonna assume that it's written in Primordial. Your character probably would have. It's only going to really come up if someone who knows Primordial or who knows Abyssal is able to determine, oh, that's not actually Primordial, that's something different.
Right. But I know that Morin reads Primordial, so like I think I would ask, what does it say?
I can't read it. I know it's written in Abyssal, not Primordial. Where did you get this candle?
Stupid boy.
He got the candle from Nasik, or rather his father did. I recognize the hand, if not exactly what that thing is for. But, like I said, we don't need to take extreme measures.
You see,
Why? Oh,
kind of sits back in one of the little, like on one of the cushions against one of the wall and kind of sits with his legs crossed with his head down, trying to like slink away from the attention of everyone.
Cicero does?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna reach out my hand and narrow my eyes at him and say, "Hand it here, boy."
He didn't take the candle.
Cicero?
Yeah, Cicero didn't take. He didn't take it. All he did was You could tell basically he came in. He had the candle that was taken from him. Hatterai sort of comforted him a little bit, and then as you guys started talking, he backs away, and he just looks really uncomfortable, like he's maybe like emotionally overwhelmed. And then he goes and sits down off to one side. Like he's not leaving the
Oh,
room.
who has the candle?
The candle's on the table, so it's in front of all of you guys. Hatterai takes it from his hand and puts it on the table.
Oh, okay.
Can I do
I think I'm just gonna pick it up then for safekeeping.
Mm-hmm. And one was going to do something.
well, can I do like a sense magic on it?
Yes. Writing. So, you can tell that. Actually, let me look at this real quick. So this thing has a couple of different mixtures of magic in it, and it's not currently active. So with your detect magic, you can tell kind of what magics the ritual is associated with,
Mm-hmm.
and you can tell what that it's not doing anything right now. So
Mm-hmm.
it is designed to do a task, and so it is a decently powerful abjuration object of some kind, and you can tell that is going to have something to do with communication. So it's got runes in the way that it's aligned and the way the magics feel. It feels like kind of like ascending, but not quite.
So I'll turn to Cicero. Why does your father have this?
I, um, Father, I think Father got it when he did some work for one of the people that lives nearby. He he made him a weapon, and it it was, I guess, payment of some kind. I don't know what it is.
And you see Hatterai kind of give a kind of furrowed brow.
Your father makes weapons for many people. This would not be an unusual thing. This is a person from Old Axe that would be having a specialty. No. Nasik wanted something much more unusual, didn't he?
You see him kind of put his hands, one hand over the other between his knees and kind of curl up into a ball a little bit more.
I'm. Father made him an enchanted weapon. It's something that took him months to do, and something that he got very busy with. I don't know a lot more about that. I just know that he paid him a lot and gave him that thing, and I think Father was talking about if he had the right materials, making another one. But I wasn't allowed to watch when he worked. He would always do it in secret and send me off over to my grandmother's. I, I I'd tell you more if I knew. I don't know what it's for.
Is your grandmother still with you?
Yes.
Griffle looks at Hatterai and is like, can she take care of him?
His grandmother was the first one to take a coach up to Old Axe, and by now she's going to be in Endeavor. I do not think sending him along the road by himself would be wise.
Griffel kind of like looks at the rest of the group and like raises a questioning eyebrow.
Let's adopt a child.
I still want to scold Griffel for being so stern.
It's tough love.
So, Morin, did you also want to examine the object as well?
Not at the moment, but as I'm like putting it away, I kind of like wave it so that everybody can see that I'm holding it, and I say, "This makes me want to meet this Nasik character even more."
This is the one that Hatterai doesn't trust, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
He's
Do,
and what is
what's
he's a knoll?
He's a knoll.
he's a
yeah.
knoll.
Yeah, and do we know anything about like his role in the Reach, like what he does, or
He
You've-
hangs out in the swamp.
okay?
He does
He's a swamp dude.
research. He does research concerning stepping between planes.
Okay.
So-
And there was mention of a witch as well.
Mm-hmm.
Related to these two or nah?
Just also in the swamp.
Just
another witch.
also.
Mysterious.
All right, there's
Another-
also a mysterious swamp witch.
The witch
cool.
lives in Heiseborn,
But Heiseborn is like
and Heiseborn is unknown.
a moving location in the swamp.
Okay.
How do I say he didn't think the witch actually existed?
Or he like wasn't sure what her deal was. She's very mysterious.
Yeah, so Hatterai said basically he's not sure the witch is a person, or maybe it's a spirit, or maybe it's something else. He had done some research on her and had found a bunch of references to her dating back like a very long time, to the point where giants had control over the Reach, and they referred to a witch of the Fens, and they called her the Ban.
Okay.
So that he's found a bunch of different references to this person, and he's like, I have references of this person going back like more than 1,000 years. I don't know if this is an actual person or if this is something else.
Could be a title.
Yeah. So he's like, it's a title, or maybe it's a spirit of some kind, or he's like, I don't know what it is, but I know it's not just like a random person. But one thing that he said is the only thing that he could confirm, because he had found it at a bunch of different sources, was that if it is a person, or whoever the person, if it's a title or whatever, that there's a lot of strong association with being a caster of the Force Primeval.
Mhm.
So
I guess I would mentally send just to the party. So what are we doing here? Are we gonna take this kid and help him find his dad? I feel like we have bigger fish to fry.
I am not a babysitter.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should see if maybe Zamira would be willing to keep an eye on him.
Or make that assumption
And just
and
leave.
leave him with her.
The Harry Potter tactic.
I think you guys should have this conversation, but I'm going to be AFK for just a second because I need to figure out what my daughter needs. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like Gary to come back to a dead Cicera.
No kid, no problem.
I don't think Hatterai would be very cool with that.
Oh my god.
Party just takes a hard left turn into murder hobo for no reason. Session 30.
Specifically for a child.
So this is where we start asking questions like, Griffle, did the shop seem to have valuables?
Why, yes, it did. Funny you mention it. No. No, Griffle wants to make sure that the kid is looked after and will probably want to come back and check on him and is pretty keen to find his dad, but is also not super comfortable with children and doesn't really want to be babysitter either.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we should probably still tell Zamira we're taking Hatterai. That whole interaction was just weird, and if we just disappear with Hatterai, she might just be really upset, right?
Well, he's left a note.
Yeah, I mean
Always
that
leave a
always
note.
works, right?
I've gone traveling with some strange people. I definitely haven't been kidnapped. It's totally fine.
Right?
I like how
Don't
that's
look for me. Say that
So-
again, Gary.
I like how that's the part I come back to.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed
Could've
the
been-
interesting
could've been
part.
worse.
I hate to like fulfill the dreams of a man, but Hatterai told the kid that we would solve his problems. We're talking about just leaving.
Well, no, Hatterai told the kid that you guys were here to solve try to figure out how to stop what was happening in the Reach, and if something is going on with his father, it's tied to the rain. If the rain can stop, everything will get better. You can sort of tell that it's the sort of the explanation that adults give children. That's sort of weirdly oversimplified, but what's the decision?
We're gonna take the kid to what's her name?
Zamira?
Zamira, yeah.
Zamira. Yeah, we're gonna take him to Zamira and tell her that we're taking Hatterai with us and that she needs to look after the kid.
Yep. Ask politely, not tell.
Tell politely.
Tell politely.
Vaughn told.
Okay. And what's the plan for taking Hatterai? So that Hatterai, you're going to use a disc and carry him, or like?
I think
Yeah.
a disc is the best plan.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I mean, if he's cool with it, we should probably see what he thinks.
I mean, if the options are like physically picking up and carrying him, or here's a disc and you can have like some stuff on the disc to make it a little more comfortable, then yeah, like he's gonna be okay with sitting in a slightly concave disc. In my head, I have a really hard time after watching the Mandalorian, not thinking of the disc like the Baby Yoda ball. But that is kind of what it is. It's just a little bigger than that. But yeah, so if that's the thing, he will say that he will come with. He will finish writing things, and he'll say,
If we are planning to leave Cicero here, I think leaving Zamira in charge is not likely to be the best choice. Although, if you wish to speak to her, I am not against it. But Alan is one of the people in town that would take care of Cicero to make sure that he is checked in on.
Yeah, we probably should have asked Hatterai first. So we'll go with his plan.
sorry. So yeah, so Hatterai basically says, there is someone in town that will help him and take care of him. We can talk to that person, but
Yeah, we should do that.
so Hatterai finishes kind of getting things ready. He's going to go and pack and do things. He'll ask, how far away is the ship, that sort of stuff. If you're going to be, it's going to be basically a decent walk. And then once you tell him how far away it is,
Well, then if we're going to be making it there before nightfall, we should head out soon.
and gets a bunch of his stuff together and packs it up while you cast the disc. Is there anything you guys want to do in Hatterai's house with Cicero, with the candle, with the disc, with anything, other questions, kind of as you guys are packing up and leaving? Or as he is packing
No,
up to leave?
don't think so.
So, Hatterai has has written a book on like small magical items or whatever.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question, Gary. What's the best way to ask you a private question?
Your channel usually.
Okay.
So your vignettes channel.
All right. One moment.
While he's typing that, can I ask Haterai when the chief died?
Ah, yes. When the rains first came, the people of Wormhall went on one of their spirit quests to go and find out the meaning of what was coming and if the direction that they were traveling in was the correct way to be. They headed from there straight to the Stormhorns, and he was, I believe, killed shortly after. That would make it 10, 11 days ago.
Okay.
So basically near the beginning of the storm.
Yeah. So when we felt the coldness on the rods, can you remind me of the time order?
I wrote it down somewhere.
I wrote it down. It was filibuster, Drock, and then 1.
Correct.
And Gary, I
Okay.
sent you the question in channel.
But it was also like it happened to one person and then like a few hours later it happened to someone else and then it happened really quickly to the next person or something.
Correct. So Phil first, then a decent amount of time, then Drock, then 1 kind of back to back.
Okay, so then if your theory is correct, Morin, then my 200-foot Leviathan either just happened like today or yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've answered your question. Although, because part of it is a general answer, I do want to give it to the group. So if you have something that has a focus on it for either an ability or a ritual or something like that, the assumption is that the cost of purchasing the ritual, the cost of acquiring the ritual, involves you getting that item, unless the item is a magic item that is separate. So there is, for example, water striding that has water strider's boots as a focus. The you have to buy the boots separately. So if any mundane item used as a focus in any ritual or ability or anything like that, it's kind of built into the cost of getting in the first place. If it is a magic component, then that is something you have to get separately. So yeah, you cast your disc. He does his thing. And he Haterai, while he's talking, he's going to send Cicero to go and find Alun, and tell Alun that he is to check in with Cicero every morning and every evening. And Cicero is going to half-assedly complain, argue, and then go do it.
I also do not mean to tell you your business, and if you're going to use force to make things happen, I don't think I could actually properly resist you, but the candle, well, the boy really shouldn't have it. It could be dangerous. I'm not sure exactly what it does. It does belong to his father and should be returned as soon as Ephron is able to be located.
Of course.
So he's going to finish that. You guys wait a little bit, cast the disc, cast your rituals, and then Cicero comes back, takes a little bit of time to catch his breath, and then has a short conversation in the study in a separate room with Haterai. And then it's time to leave, unless you guys have something else you want to do before we leave.
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
So the trip out is pretty straightforward. Going to the church, excuse me, is the first sort of stop. And Hatterai is going to get off of the disc at the church, and then kind of hobble inside and go and speak to Zamira. It's pretty clear that he intends to speak to Zamira kind of on his own, because he wants to sort of have a heart-to-heart with her and then leave. And you can see them talking in the middle of the temple before they leave. One thing that you'll note is that everybody in the temple, except for Zamira, seems to be different. She's the only person that, because again, the doors are open, right? If you come up to the porch in the front, you can see pretty much all the shrines and everyone inside of the temple, and everyone is different except for her. And yeah, so they have a quiet conversation, and then so he hobbles back over and then gets back onto the disc, gets himself situated, and heads with you all out of town, as it's now sort of late afternoon, early evening, getting kind of close on dinner time. You guys head out of the gate and head out of town, and head kind of basically along the same path you guys took to get here, out to the edge of town, and then through one of the main orchards, heading a little bit further in. 1 second.
I'll ask the group, on the way to the ship, is there anything we should tell Hatterai? We should warn about the ship, about...
Oh, yes. You're going to need to check in with a friend of, well, not a friend of mine yet, I think.
Sorry. Check in with a friend of someone? Was there more to that statement?
Yeah, Al-Shaib.
No, I'm saying, was there more to that statement before Hatterai responds?
Oh, no, I kind of look to like
group.
Philly and One and Drock, who are the ones who seem to know what's going on with Bell-Shape.
know what's going on. Sure. Yeah, well, it's an interesting ship. It's probably easier to show you than to try and explain.
No, don't do this to someone else. That's not...
Oh, you'll have to check in with a friend and stuff. But the rest of the ship, we'll just show you as we go.
Yeah, it'll be fine. You'll be fine.
So you guys are
I don't think we have to have him. This is over telepathy. You do not have to have this man make a pact.
I couldn't even approach the ship without making a pact, so I don't know what's gonna happen with
You can
him.
turn it off for anyone, I promise.
But now we're designated crew, so maybe we'll just see.
Well, you will see. I don't know. If he doesn't need to make a pact, great, but I couldn't even get near the ship.
I will ask one question real quick. Griffle, did you command the ship to kind of meet you part way, or is it where you guys parked it and you guys are heading to
So if I
excuse me.
if I can determine that we're far enough away from any kind of civilization that nobody's going to spot it as it comes towards us, then yeah, I will call it to meet us halfway. But if there's any chance that anybody's going to spot it, then I will play it cautious.
Okay, so probably gonna give it a little, have it meet you at a point that's past the end of the orchards, like where
Yep.
you're actually in the wilderness. Okay, so you guys are having this sort of conversation back and forth, and Hatterai's like, this friend of yours is a controller of your ship, is a benefactor, if there's something I need to do, I would appreciate knowing before I meet this person, especially if they are someone that I'm going to have to deal with as we are traveling.
It's we're not sure exactly what this person is, to our ship, but he's there, and we know him, and you should meet him. Um, and I feel like you'll probably be interested in him from a scholarly perspective. He's also a scholar. You two will hit it off.
So you did seem to be fairly well informed. Is this the individual that gave you one of my books?
Nope. Oh, nope.
Ah,
Different guy.
Hatterai, friend,
Filibuster actually laughs at that.
we use the term our ship very loosely.
Morin,
And
I
it-
am
and in
tired
truth-
of the way you speak about my vessel.
And in truth, none of us really know who this entity is.
I mean, we know.
And you also disparage my friends, Morin.
Does anybody really know anybody?
Ownership is dead in America, and if I don't own this ship, then what do I own, you know? There's your truth bullet or whatever.
We're getting back into the philosophical debates here.
A long walk.
Hatterai, the person they're speaking of, some form of, I think, elemental by the name of Al-Shaib, and he seems to be bound to the ship in some way that we don't fully understand. We're trying to free him. He seems like not a terrible person, but you should make your own mind up about that.
As we're having this conversation, I put my hand on Griffel's arm and I point to some shadows that I see kind of in the distance around the houses. Do you see that?
Oh yeah. Do you want me to make a perception or?
I see them, so I don't know if you need to. I call your attention to this thing I see.
So, as soon as she draws your attention to it, you kind of glance over and you see a couple of things sort of darting into shadows in a couple of places, as like behind one of the houses. Like there's a sort of abandoned cart in the middle of the apple orchard you guys are going through, and you see something sort of crouched down behind it, and you get this sense that the shadows that you see are only a couple, and that there are suddenly the area that you're in feels like it's very full of people. There's nobody you can see, but there's this sense of being watched all of a sudden when your attention is drawn to it.
I slowly draw my axes and just sort of hold them casually by my side and try and look intimidating.
Would we? This has been communicated to everyone,
Yeah.
Gary.
I imagine so, yeah.
I have a thingy that I can do. Can I use my? Where is it? I'll push the button. Okay, I thought I had a button. I'm so sorry. I have an item that lets me ESP medallion. There it is. Boom.
Yes, actually, that's really, really useful. Hang on. So everybody sees the goblin kind of touch his amulet. There's a little pulse of magic. This is not labeled. Hang on, let me fix this. So you can tell that there are 10 people within close burst 10 of you that are not members of the
Now
group.
you say people. Is that people or is that creatures? I want to
Creatures.
be- Okay.
I mean, there's no the medallion does not give you a thing other than it just says they're creatures that are nearby.
Yeah.
And some of them are hidden in carts. 2 of them appear to be in the trees. One of them is behind the house in the distance. So there's sort of like gathered around in relatively now that you kind of have the picture in your mind of where everyone is, you're not in what's going to be the middle of the kind of area of people concealed in a circle around you, but you're getting close to being in a very convenient feeling ambush location.
Sure.
So
Can I
can
address
I?
Griffle? Oh, go never mind.
Oh,
You go ahead.
no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was be like, well,
Captain, you can always address me.
I was gonna. This feels kind of like a sketchy situation. So like, it's either we address them first or they address us first, and I feel like our initial addressing of them will be friendlier than theirs, depending on the situation.
So I will kind of put my back to the party, so I'm facing out, and I will yell telepathically, show yourselves.
So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I
I
don't know
don't
if you
think
can do
any of
that.
them are in range. One second. Your range is 5, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're in the big front of the group, so there's someone in the front that's within 5. I don't think you would be within range. But I guess you could kind of walk up to the front because he can tell you roughly where they are. So as you guys are kind of gathering weapons, that sort of stuff, you're gonna have to step in. The point I'm trying to make is you're gonna have to step in front of the group in order to get in range of someone.
Mm. Can I do shaped consciousness to be closer?
If you do that, it's going to be sort of not necessarily combat initiative, but there's going to be some initiative if you start like using abilities and putting things further.
Do these things like look humanoid?
No idea. They're all hidden.
But we saw like shadows.
You saw decent sized shadows around like carts and stuff. Yeah. Actually,
I want.
I would say that
Have I seen shadows like these before?
Griffle, well, you didn't notice them. Griffle, you noticed well enough that one of the things that ducked behind a cart had looked roughly humanoid and had scales.
Murlocs, man.
27 perception does definitely get you something.
Oh, did I crit?
Yeah.
Nice.
So like, I'm not attention. I'm like, probably doesn't see it. No, she saws it. She sees it.
How's it?
I think
So, as you guys are kind of doing this, one of you steps forward. So, yeah, the question is going to be: are you going to cast something? Or are you going to step forward? Hatterai is like noticing that something is off as you guys are all like weapons drawn and like immediately go into like standing a little differently.
Yeah, I think I would do shaped consciousness to be kind of in the middle of the action.
Okay. So, you use shape consciousness, and then you see a couple of you guys see in trees up to the front, left, and right that there's a little bit of movement in the trees as they react to being there. And then using your shaped consciousness, you can say to several of them, step out. And yeah, so from one of the from behind one of the carts steps. I don't have a way to take off names on things. Oh, I can just put this as a picture. Hang on. 1 second. Oh, it doesn't get uploaded for reasons that I don't understand. Hang on. I have a picture of this guy and I want to use it.
Oh. Bro, it's a Batman villain.
So, it kind of has Dragonborn-like characteristics, but it's pretty clearly not a Dragonborn. He's wearing a simple cloth, and looks to be some sort of like lizard folk. none of your characters don't have any experience with lizard folk, so this person, it looks like a race you guys have not seen before, although you have seen things that look somewhat similar. And steps out and then says in a language that's kind of a strange mix of two languages, something to the group as a response. So let me see. Does it? I keep meaning to make like a grid for myself, but does anyone in the group speak Draconic?
No. Our only person who ever spoke Draconic is long gone.
Yeah. I was pretty sure the answer was yes. I started making a grid for explaining like how the languages and stuff work, and then I didn't finish working on that. But about half, maybe a little less than half of what he's saying is in Primordial, but it's really like broken and disjointed and weird syntax. So it's a little hard for you to understand more in what he's saying. But you can tell that there's a little bit of like a challenge in whatever it is that he's saying. So you can get from the words that he said something like meet me, meet me and strong.
Griffle, step forth, my champion.
Yeah, Griffle stand forward and swear at him in Goblin.
So he looks. You can tell there's like kind of no recognition on his face. But you say something to him and he nods to you. And then Hatterai kind of looks up out of his little cloak, out of his little tent that he's made on the thing, and then sees and then he says in that same sort of like breathy voice, a little bit louder. He says something in that mixture of languages where you kind of understand some of the pieces, but some of the pieces are missing. And the lizard folk nods his head at Hatterai, and then says something protected, something slippery frog. And then Hatterai responds back. He does also say slippery frog somewhere in there in Primordial, and then gestures towards all of you all. And then he switches back to Common and says, this is one of the peoples of the marsh. I have spoken with them in the past. They say you are strong, not good prey.
They would be right.
I take that as a compliment.
I nod to him. The lizard guy.
Hatterai, what are they speaking?
Their language is a mixture of two languages, although a very poor imitation of one. It has draconic words and some syntax and some primordial. So basically, Hatterai is going to try to quickly summarize what a Creole is. Do you guys, as people, know what a Creole is?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like French, basically.
Right.
But
Well,
not.
yeah, Creole is a mixture.
So no.
The language called Creole is a mixture between English and French, but the concept of Creole is two languages that are just sort of mashed together and intermingled, and there's a lot of bleed through of the two languages. So he's basically saying, he says it in a different way, but he says he is speaking basically a Creole of these two languages.
So is it safe to move on and ignore them, or do we have to deal with these guys? And can I say that actually like telepathically? And I guess I should ask one if we can loop in Hatterai into the telepathy.
Yes to one, and the other one's not under my control. So.
Yep, I'll do it. Let's do it.
All right, and then I'll ask telepathically if it's safe to just ignore these guys and move on, or if we have to deal with them in some way.
So he starts talking in that strange mixture of primordial and draconic. And while he's talking, he's trying to speak telepathically to you, but it's a little broken up. But he does able to get the message across.
Never ignore these people. They work for the Bullock.
So he's very clearly asking some sort of question of the lizard folk, and the lizard folk starts to gesture. He starts to make sort of waving motions with his hand, and then he points off to the south. And then you can see he's kind of talking and gesturing. There is sort of a kind of a posturing, like he's got his back very straight. He has his arms to the side, but he has his kind of chest outright. Like he's making himself look big and strong while he's gesturing and talking. But it is kind of obvious that that's what he's doing, right? Like he's very much talking from what looks to be a position of strength, talking about something else. And then Hatterai says,
He is saying that their people are being forced to go further afield to find sacrifices for the Bullock. And he had heard that there was he called them a floating box, but I believe he means that there is a ship to the south with people that he might be able to take.
I think we may know of the ship.
Yeah. I would tell Hatterai that we received the log from that ship, and they may be in distress or they may all be dead.
And there's leviathans about.
Yep. Also that.
I do not trust these people. They cannot be ignored, but their people are in a delicate position. The Bullock take many of their tribe and hold them hostage if they do not find sacrifices. Their loved ones, the ones back in the Bullock camps, are used as substitutes, being slowly taken apart if their relatives do not find other sacrifices for the pens.
How close are we to Emmett's Rest?
Close. Basically, you're in the orchard that's at the edge of the town.
And the town probably doesn't have a great chance of repelling these guys, I'm guessing.
Probably not.
Well, hold up though. If they could just wander into a town at will, if they were that strong, why wouldn't they already have done it and many, many times before?
Yes, let's ask Hatterai this question.
There was
Let's
a
ask
time
them.
when we raided the village. However, Emmett's Rest is not completely defenseless during even the worst of times. There are wards placed round the town that would prevent any of their kind from entering the town proper. Magic circles that are set specifically against their people and against the Bullock. And the few times that they have raided on the road, contingents from Oldax have gone out in force and made an example that these people are to be safe.
So he will explain they physically cannot enter the town because it is warded. And the people that step outside of the town, they're very strongly incentivized not to touch them because the fortress will send people out in force to go murder them if they do so.
Mhm. So, Hatterai, how do you recommend that we proceed?
It depends on how far your ship is and how safe it is. I worry if you have a friend, a scholar on the ship, that he may have already ended up in a pen somewhere.
Oh, I doubt that.
He's having this conversation with you guys mentally as he's trying to kind of stutter through a conversation in that Creole with him. And the lizard folk responds again, and saying saying and gesturing, and then Hatterai nods this.
This one says that he is being forced to go further than normal and is hoping that this box will appease him until the rain stops. I do not have an answer. I would say that letting them pass and having them not take us is a good choice. But I also do not know the defenses of this ship. But you said maybe they have already all passed. He kind of shakes his head. This is not the type of decision that I like to make. But I believe I can get him to agree to pass on without incident.
I think that's our best bet. That
Yeah.
ship is from Endeavor. They're not exactly high on my list.
I also think a lot of them are likely dead already. It is
Mhm.
safer to send these guys there.
Yes. Tell him to follow the river south to the sea and take a left.
So, are you basically giving Hatterai extra information to give Dim about locating the ship?
Yup.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Hatterai will gesture and talk and make hand motions where he's basically giving him directions. And then the lizard folk kind of nods his head and makes a kind of a strange looking half bow. He pulls a spear from a little quiver on his back and then taps, or a javelin from a little quiver on his back, and taps the thing on the ground, and then gestures with it and makes sort of a little, like a map basically on the ground, and then points. And he very quickly kind of does a little map of the coastline, and then does a little map of, like, draws the river and then points. These guys aren't stupid. So it was a pretty decent recommendation. It was like, is this where you're asking me to go? And yeah, pretty much where he's gesturing. I mean, it's a pretty crude map drawn in the mud, but he's got it pretty close to where the ship is, or where you think the ship is.
Mm-hmm.
So Hatterai will ask you if that's correct. If you will tell them that it is correct, then he will kind of nod, and then the lizard folk. It's really hard for me to not say dragonborn, even though he's definitely not a dragonborn. But the lizard folk will turn around. He shouts something in actually this statement he says it completely in primordial. He says effectively men get up, although the way that he says it is really like kind of like awkward. And then you see a couple of lizard folk jump down from the trees as about 12 lizard folk just sort of appear out of the woodwork, more or less. Many of them have spears. Two of them have totems that have obvious like runes and stuff on them. They seem to be some sort of spellcasters. And they make a point of making themselves known, right? So like they're not just getting up and walking around, they're presenting themselves and sort of preening a little bit in the rain, and then walking on as the apparent leader of them kind of stands and watches you all watch them. And then he, bows to Hatterai and says that term, the slippery frog, again, and then walks off.
Is Slippery Frog Hatterai's name because he got away?
Might be.
I will ask Hatterai. Are you the Slippery Frog?
Yes, the different peoples here have stories of me. My leg was injured many, many years ago. That one said he had heard of me from his grandmother. Some of the people here live short and brutal lives. I think we should best get to your ship.
I nod.
Just wanted to make it known that Griffel is really uncomfortable that we gave them the location of the ship and presumably hastened, like if anyone survived, presumably hastened their demise.
They are slavers, so like maybe.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
I shrug.
So you guys continue on. You make it towards kind of get it out of town a little bit, and the last couple miles through, admittedly, the hardest part of the travel is circumvented by the appearance just above the trees of the ship. And as the ship sort of floats into view, you see Hatterai kind of in his little tent on top of your floating disc, kind of peek out, and then just magnificent. You have an airship. And you can
I
see
give
there's a
him
little bit of awe in his voice.
I give him a knowing wink, like, heck yeah, we're cool.
I'm surprised it's
Yeah,
the
no.
airship and not the giant ring of fire that he's impressed by.
I
The
mean,
fire's not on right now, I don't think.
it is 100% on.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Isn't it on all the time?
Yeah, it's on all the time in some manner. It just depends on how. The only time the fire is not on is if the ship is fully landed and powered down. Kind of like it was on the mountainside. It was off on the mountainside, but every other time it's on.
I thought even on the mountain it was on, but it was like both halves were above the ship, nothing was under.
It was still hot. It wasn't on fire.
Got it.
So, yeah, you guys get to the airship.
Get all tingly.
And yeah, you get in range of the ship, and then one, you feel the disc sort of bob a little bit as weight is removed from your disc.
Mhm.
You can't keep doing this.
We warned him.
We did.
He had a lot more warning than basically anyone else you did this to. So the ship gets close enough that the ladders and stuff come down that you're able to climb up. And yeah, normally after a couple of seconds they come back, but as you kind of wait around, he doesn't reappear.
Oh no, he's dead.
Or
We
the
told
scholars
him-
are talking. The scholars might just be,
Yeah.
having fun.
They're nerding out. It's all good.
Can I try to enter Al Shaib's domain?
Gary, so he does know Primordial?
Who?
Hatterai?
Hatterai?
Hatterai. Yeah, he seems to.
So yeah, they're probably shooting the shit. Al loves shooting the shit. As far as I know.
I mean, you can tell that he knows several different languages. He's not very good with giant. So yeah, you guys head back onto the ship, get everything positioned. You guys know from being on the ship that you can't really force yourself into Al Shaib's realm. You can sort of request access or you can talk to him, but you can't really force your way in. And right now, if you try to talk to him, he doesn't respond.
Hmm.
Hey, may as well take off.
That backfired.
Or it's going really well. We never know.
True.
So
where are we going?
everybody gets onto the ship. And as you guys kind of get all up onto the ship and situated, about the time that it starts to become weird, like somewhat concerning that he's not come back yet, there is a puff of smoke, a strong smell of kind of oil and incense, and Hatterai reappears on the deck.
We went to a
and he
hookah bar.
kind of steps forward slightly, and he goes, "Hi." Yes. He kind of straightens a little bit. At some point, I will need to thank you more for allowing me to come with you. And even if this is to be the death of me, I think it will be an interesting adventure. Yes. He goes and kind of puts his cane in his left hand and walks over to Griffle and extends out his hand to shake.
Any particular reason why me?
I'm
Well,
wondering the same thing.
Hmm? like
Hmm?
he holds out his hand to you.
Oh
Do you?
yeah, I shake it. Yeah, I shake his hand.
He grabs the hand, shakes. Thank you for the warning. I appreciate it. And knowing things is a bit more important to me than it is for some others, and I was able to discuss things from a more knowledgeable state than I would have otherwise. So the whole time he's talking, he's like gripping your hand reasonably tight and sort of shaking. It's not painful by any means. This dude is not strong, but you can tell there's sort of a sincereness to the shaking of the hand. Uh,
Oh,
and then yeah, so he goes and he puts his cane down, after he lets go of your hand. He puts his cane down on or his like walking stick down on the like side piece, like basically where you would sit. My brain is not working for what that's called, but the bench basically that goes around the interior of the deck of the ship. He sets it down, and then says, "If you are not against it, I would like to familiarize myself with the ship."
would be delighted to show you around.
Please.
Yeah, which section of the ship? The main ship, or the parts of the ship that
whoa,
aren't?
whoa, hold on. Captain's a word. Uh,
So one thing that, well, actually from the descriptions, is something different about Hatterai.
Did he
It
not
seemed
need
like
to
he
use his
walked more
cane?
easily. Yeah.
he put
He's
his cane
walking
down.
on- Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Hatterai, did you make a pact with Al Shaib?
An agreement, not a pact, but knowledge and knowledge, power for power.
he takes his hand and kind of touches against his thigh.
I must admit, not being in pain for the first time in years has made me a little giddy, but yes, your friend and I have made a bargain.
Did he share anything with you that might help us to free him? Or do you know of anything that might help us to free him?
He shakes his head slowly and says,
Knowing you mean to free him was useful going in. It's useful to know now, and should that remain your objective, I may be able to assist with knowledge more than anything else, but nothing of the immediate future.
he looks around.
Oh, it's not wet on deck. That's actually oddly eerie.
Griffel will like point up at the top of the dome of the shield.
Yeah, I mean, like he can see it, but
Mhm.
he didn't notice it for a second because
Mhm.
he appeared in the middle of the ship and he's like, "Oh, I'm standing outside and I'm not wet. This is weird."
Mhm.
And then, yeah, so he's gonna say,
If you'll show me around the ship and we are off somewhere, I imagine it would take us some time to get to. Well, I would choose to go to the lake, but I am willing to advise you wherever you choose to go. Your resources are beyond what I have.
We don't have a reason to go to the lake, right?
Well, he wants to see the Leviathan.
I
They're
mean,
not
like other
there.
than we're not concerned about what he
Well,
wants.
So hold up.
I don't think.
So we have pretty strong feeling that 3 of our visions have already happened,
Yes.
Yeah.
right? So the other 3, like, do we have any idea of like timeline wise?
No, I don't think like when it will happen.
Mm,
I don't think we do.
I would be very curious to pick one and go and see if it's already happened, and if it hasn't, like stick around until it does.
So I am so curious to know if my dream happened or not. And that would involve jumping the ship up to the North Sea and seeing if there are just a boatload of Leviathan swarming around.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd be cool with
Do
that.
Leviathans have lasers? Like, can they shoot us out of the sky?
Um,
I want freaking Leviathans with freaking laser beams on their
Yeah, it's like some sort of magical beam.
your character would not be aware of anything like that.
Fuck, Griffle would.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Griffle.
Griffle would know.
So Griffle, you know that they don't have like there's no laser beams, but they do have a like one of the most dangerous things about like older or more powerful Leviathan is they can command things to we basically command ships to sink themselves. Will control the captains and pilots of ships and force them into rocky ground or to turn off their beacons or
Have I experienced an attack like that before?
no. It's
Okay.
it's not something that it's very very rare. But it is something that is like there are precautions against it built into the ships, so you know that it's true. So it's not just sailors' tales.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
this is the thing.
And like, so what is the nature of that? Like, there's just a ship going along, it sees a Leviathan, and then the captain's like, we should sail into these rocks?
Pretty much, it's one of the reasons. You know that
I
like
imagine.
override thing that you had that you used on this ship.
hmm
One of the
Mhm.
reasons that exists is specifically in that case.
So I assume that mechanically it would act like a dominate, right?
Yeah.
So one of the visions that hasn't happened was Morin's vision outside of Wormhall.
I think Hatterai said it was probably pretty far up the coast.
Okay. But I'm thinking like if we went to kind of this area, you know, we could potentially see if there are Leviathan swarming and if there is a dragon and if that appears.
So you're thinking if there's a vision if there's a vision that hasn't happened that's near your vision, we could go check both out pretty quickly.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
versus the other ones are all kind of far
It's
apart.
kind of spread out, yeah.
Gary, what time of day is it? Is it nightfall or?
Yeah, it's like it's like 7-8 p.m. somewhere there.
It's like an
It's-
hour or two left of light.
It's like becoming dark. You guys are fairly in the world. You guys are fairly far north, so it's going to be already getting dark.
Okay. Because I was thinking we could check
Also-
out the lake before nightfall, but that seems too ambitious.
If we're gonna travel overland, like normal overland flight, we don't want to be doing that at nighttime because we are lit up like crazy.
We've told Hatterai enough at this point that I just want to teleport the ship, but not tell him what we're going to do. Just see what he does. So I was like, oh, we'll just go check out the lake tonight. It's fine.
Because you did take an extra day of downtime, the ship does actually have quite a bit of power. You guys are at like 40-something%. So
Yeah,
you do have
cool.
enough power to teleport if you want.
We can just pop around and check out a couple things tonight.
We could.
I mean, do we want to go
What
to the
is-
lake?
Here's my general question: like, what is learning that events have not passed yet tell us?
That we could prevent them.
Hatterai has
Maybe.
an opinion on this if he is included in this question.
Yeah, that I think is a question.
Oh,
we could
because
ask
his
Hatterai.
friend is the one that hasn't happened yet. His friend's
The
baby.
wife.
Yeah. So if the answer is we think that because you guys have not really brought that up to him, right? But if if it's you think that some of these things have not happened and these are events that might be able to be changed, the idea that we could go and possibly prevent the death of my friend's child, like that's an important thing to Hatterai at least.
Mhm.
Question to Hadorai, now that he's not in pain, is he able to walk? Like, if we were to go try and check in on his friend, we still want to leave the ship somewhere safe.
So kind of what's going to happen at first part, right, is that Griffel's going to do a little bit of a introduction to the ship, like walking around and seeing things. Pretty quickly into that, he's going to have to stop and sit down, and then say something along the lines of,
I thought maybe I would have full strength, but I feel like this muscle is brand new, or I haven't used it in decades.
he's rubbing that one spot in his leg, and you can see a little like muscle spasm under his thigh.
I'm afraid a full tour might have to wait.
Yes, it's common with old injuries that you haven't exercised in a while. I could maybe help you with that.
He thanks you for the help and kind of stretches the leg. So basically, his one leg is still atrophied to the point where he's not going to be able to walk long distances and go with you guys very much. But if it's like, hey, come into a tavern or something, yeah, he could do that. But if you guys are going to be like trapezing through the swamp or something, he's not going to be able to reach with you.
Got it. So
I'm gonna sorry, just real quick. I'm gonna use like my training in heal to like make a physical therapy plan for him and help him get his walking back.
I like that.
So you're saying, Drac?
I was thinking, depending if we need daylight to check out the lake, we might as well do that later. But if it's okay to check out the lake at night, we could check out the lake, keep the ship there overnight, and then in the morning decide where we want to actually start. That way we can kind of also show Hadorai, what the ship's capable of, and let him check out the lake a bit.
What specifically about the lake was he curious about?
Why there isn't a Leviathan?
Right.
So the reports have always said that there are no Leviathan in Lake Obai, and you as a like Griffle, seeing how like either there are Leviathan in Lake Obai, or the size of Lake Obai on the map is wrong, or there's a very strong reason that you don't know what it is why there aren't Leviathan in that. Because any body of water that big should have Leviathan in it. It's just sort of a truism of the world.
So I'll ask Hadorai. Hadorai, is it okay to check out the lake at night, or is that best to be done in the day?
I don't know exactly what we're going to be looking for or what your airship's capabilities are, but I imagine it would be easier to see things in the daytime.
You can tell that he doesn't really have a plan for this.
I can have the beacon scan for Leviathan. If they're there, we have a range big enough to be able to detect them.
Oh, well, if that's a thing you can do, then I would imagine being there any time of day would be useful.
Was Griffle's dream with the pregnant wife, was she giving birth during the day or at night? Do you remember?
It was at night, I think.
It's difficult to tell because it was dark, but it's always raining. So
Sure.
I think dropping in on people late at night might be bad. We might want to do that in the morning.
Unless it's tonight.
Yeah, there's the whole time issue. It's do we have time to get there and travel from the ship to the location? Is there even enough time tonight before it's like?
It's 3 trees, right? Because
Yeah.
he's Lord Stoneface of 3 trees.
Oh, which is by the lake anyway. So I mean, that's all the area
Yeah.
we want to go to.
Okay, I think that's
Yes.
reasonable then.
That's what I'm saying. Like we should park a little bit north of 3 trees. Stay the night
North?
with Lord Stoneface.
Oh, I was thinking like, well, I guess
Just park
we
over the
can't.
lake.
Yeah, I was
couldn't we?
thinking over the lake to check for leviathans, but then how do we land and then
Get to three trees, yeah.
We want to be like a little inconspicuous though,
So
right?
why don't
Do we
we-
have like rafts or lifeboats or anything that we can like go to shore on?
I think the ship does have like it has like a portable swan boat. Doesn't it?
What?
It really does. It's like you carry around a little feather and then you like hit it and then it's a little boat.
What?
Check the manifest.
Check the manifest.
She's right, but yeah, I also think it's hilarious because this is one of those instances where like one person has been like digging through the manifest and seeing where all the buttons are, and it's like, I think we have this. And everyone's like, what?
I say, let's go over the lake.
The compact boarding vessels? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, click on it and see what it says.
Oh, is that in the
Feather boat.
Discord?
It is in the Discord in Superstition's End. It's also in somewhere else, but like the link that tells you what it actually does is in Discord.
I imagine
Nice.
our swan or the boat does not actually become swan shaped.
I mean, I'm gonna feel
Unless
robbed
it
if
does.
it doesn't.
You guys have not used it yet.
Place
But
the feather in water, you cause the feather to become a long sword. Up to 5 medium or small creatures.
Us.
Mm,
Still's like one apple high.
Yeah, I
you
can
have
just float
3 of
above
them,
it.
for the record. The ship has 3 of these vessels.
Are they
We could take 2 of
reusable?
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're reusable.
It says daily standard.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, then my vote, let's jump over the lake, and then we can take a boat to Three Trees and check on his friend and go from there.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable trusting that there are no leviathan in a lake that we put a swan boat in.
We're
Yeah,
going to
that's why
scan,
we're
though.
gonna scan for
Let's
it.
scan it first. Yeah. It's gonna be
Also,
fine.
I can cast a ritual to let us walk on water. Also possible.
Yeah, and worst case, there's leviathans. We go north and then travel by foot. I think, though, it'd be better for Hatterai to go by boat. Then he doesn't have to walk.
Let's go.
All right,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Griffle,
Yeah.
Decision made.
Griffle,
Alright.
take us to the lake.
So it needs to be an Arcana check, right, for intraplanar travel.
Yeah. Hang on.
And we still have not told Hatterai what's about to happen.
No, he doesn't need to know.
Yeah, we're just gonna tell him we're gonna go to the lake.
He did
To
just
the
say,
lake.
"Thank you for the warning." It sounds like you should
26.
maybe
Tell
tell
him,
him
hang
what's
on to your
going
butt.
down.
I don't know.
So
Some
we
things
can
are
get
left as a
50
fun
miles from the
surprise.
destination.
Hang on to your sore leg.
50 miles.
We
50
should actually
miles,
tell
yeah.
him like we're about to start traveling. You may want to sit down.
We can't get that far.
So
50 miles
50
from.
miles from the location, from the desired location. So half
Well,
the scale, basically.
for the record,
So
I'm taking the check. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I muted my mic. You need to kind of like you did
Yep.
with the last time. You need to give me a point on the map that you're going to, and then there's some rolls behind. Like you make the roll after you'd let me know where you're going.
oh
So,
right.
Sorry.
I don't include anything before you guys give me the full plan.
Okay.
Oh, I was thinking like smack dab in the middle of the lake. But I guess if we're a little unsure about where we're gonna land, we could go like the south bank of the lake, and then if we're a little off, we might be closer to Three Trees, but not in Three Trees. And then we can always fly a couple miles if need be.
I was thinking because like each of these squares is 25 miles. I don't really want to accidentally land somewhere that people might see us. I was thinking like here as well. Also,
Okay.
how the heck do you do the arrow, man?
I'm on the
There's a
ruler
ruler
icon.
button.
Ruler.
I always forget how to do the circle.
It's the paintbrush.
Right. Yeah. So here, basically.
Okay. So, yeah, this is the spot you guys are. What? not on the right layer. Hang on. So that's where you're going.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Half-Life.
Only part of the X
So
actually.
like, there is a slight risk that we may land like within sight of 3 trees, but that's the only place where that I can see that there's that road as well to the south, which we might land close to.
Yeah, I think
Is
this
that
is
a
a good
road or is
location.
that like a
That's a border of the fin. The green line
Okay.
is a border.
There is
Okay,
a road.
cool.
It is
There's a
hard to
road
see, but it's here.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
So-
2 roads on the
Right,
map.
And
There's 2
Swords
roads on the map.
Hollow. It's like
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just say to Hadorai, please sit down. We're about to travel, and that's it.
Okay.
Fasten your seatbelts.
You
Please
may
keep your hands-
experience some unexpected turbulence. Refreshments will be served after we land.
All right. So things are happening now. It goes through. I think there is a default bonus that goes with the intra-planner travel. So is a total of plus 14 to your check.
okay, so it's a 40.
So you need to make a check because
Oh, sorry.
any roll
Yeah.
you make before we have the discussion, I completely ignore it, even if you natural 20 or natural 1. So
Okay.
now you have it. Give me an
Yep.
Arcana check with plus 14 total.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
with the 14 added in. So 33 means you get about 10 miles from destination. So the ship hums as it's starting to think. You can hear the system shutting down, and then the kind of ring expands around it as the ship, as all like that constellation of lights appears, and then the ship teleports. When the ship goes to kind of do the final check of the destination for teleports, you feel the same sort of Griffle. You feel the same sort of warnings that happen. Like there's minor planner interference. It's overcome. There's minor issues at destination, and then you get that cone that you saw last time. But this time, it doesn't show as a cone. Do you remember what the cone was from last time, Griffle?
No.
Okay,
It's like
so
distance above ground.
so basically, what it's saying is,
Oh, right. Yep.
This one doesn't show as a cone. It shows as a sphere with one part missing. So
Oh, okay.
I'm going to draw a circle. Ideally, I'm on the right layer. You guys can see that?
Yes.
Right. So imagine that little part that I just cut out there. This part isn't there, but that's what it gives you as default.
Okay.
So and you can tell the ship is asking a question. It's not a display, it's a question. It's basically saying, is this okay? So the last one you saw, the last time it did this, it looked like this, like a cone facing upward.
I'm having some trouble visualizing.
You should
this, my
really
dude.
You should really read the instruction manual.
So
Says you.
The ship is not trying to be confusing, right? It basically said, all right, well, you want to teleport to this location. Now give me a margin of error of where we're teleporting to. And if we don't get to where that place is, you want to be up and left or right. So it's a 3-dimensional, you're going here. If we don't actually make it there, we're going to be, in a radius, but in a direction. So the cone basically, because you started on the ground, it was like, all right, you pointed to a spot on the ground. You don't want to get to teleport down
on the
into
ground.
cone.
Yeah.
This one doesn't do that. This one gives you a sphere where it's basically saying it doesn't matter if your margin of error is up or down. And it's asking, is that okay?
Is that because we're over water, presumably?
Yes, you can land in the water. Yeah. Which we've done before.
Right.
Not
And
with
I'm
you,
guessing this marked out bit here is like I could select that, right? Or is that not selectable at all?
You get the impression that you could select it, but it's by default turned off. And you're pretty certain that that's the ship recognizing that there's something there you don't want to teleport.
It's an obstacle, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so I guess I will choose like a point up here above.
So
We don't want to be we don't want to land in the water, is what I'm so up.
So you're going to change it to kind of look like the original one of like, if you don't get into the spot, be into
Yeah.
the spot or higher in the air. Don't be in the
Or
water.
higher up. Yeah, don't. Yeah, so land above any obstacle.
And importantly, consider the Oh, did I put this on the wrong layer? No, where's this? Why is it not letting me select this? There we go. Basically, you're telling the ship, consider the water an obstacle.
Yes.
Okay, that's the key bit. So the ship things, you hear this weird sort of feeling of being stretched for a second, and then the teleport happens. The ship's systems very quickly start to come on, and you see you can see everything kind of light up around you. You're above this massive lake, and there is. It's not completely still, right? Because there's obviously lots of rain hitting the lake, but there's no waves on the lake. So other than the fact that there's this constant sort of surface disturbance, the lake is very smooth. And you guys are in this. Actually, I have not figured exactly where we are, so let me do that real quick. Three, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So you appear slightly over the lake, kind of off of the shore, and I guess there's no reason not to put it on the map. Basically, you appear basically here on the map,
Oh, perfect.
and the ship, as the ship systems comes back online, you can see the town of Three Trees off in the distance. So the light of Three Trees is just barely seen through the storm. And you get this thing as the ship turns back on, and the beacon lights up that it's located 2 other beacons. And you see a little marker come across, EV-C dash.
Okay.
So there are 2 of those, and they seem to both be in the town.
And the town. Okay, so the town's got a couple beacons.
So you can sense the ship's kind of things coming back online, and this sense of scanning as the ship sort of sends its sensors out in every direction, and you get this response that the ship sends you back something and says, maximum distance for scanning range within normal scanning range. There is an obstruction.
What is the nature of the obstruction?
Unexpected quantities of standard materials. And then it shows you, kind of gives you a mental image of the shore of the lake and the distance that it expands out. And you get a little bit of an image of the town. So the ship's sensors extend out in 50 miles in every direction and give you a topographical map of 50 miles in every direction.
Uh-huh.
And it says, this is normal. And then it shows you up as well. And then when the ship sensors go down, it shows you go down into the lake, and it looks roughly like this.
So each square is 25 miles. So we're getting like essentially 2 squares in every direction from where we're at.
Yes.
Right.
So
like out to.
it shows you down, and then it shows you the edges of the lake and the floor of the lake and the lake bottom, until you get to basically below you for a pretty decent distance in every direction. There is just a perfectly flat bottom on the map to the lake.
Okay.
That doesn't seem natural.
And the perfectly flat part is really big. It's like 30 miles long and about 10 miles wide.
We could go check it out.
So the thing
It could also be a Leviathan.
it kind of shows you, and then it says ship sensors reached maximum depth.
Oh, so it's just that the lake is more than 50 miles deep.
So that's
Oh.
our scan range, roughly.
Yeah,
But
roughly.
it should be like a radius, right? So it wouldn't look exactly like that, Gary, right? If it were.
It's pretty close, yeah.
Two squares in either direction.
Oh, that
Two
was a
squares.
good question, though. The bottom of the lake wouldn't be flat if it's a scan radius because it would be the bottom of a circle then.
True.
Exactly.
Or is that being too pedantic,
It's
Gary?
it's scanning in a sphere, guys. Like
Right.
it's always gonna scan in basically a perfect circle from wherever the beacon is, unless you tell it to scan differently.
And it's definitely not 50 miles down that thing stops.
Oh,
Okay,
how
that's
many
Yeah,
kind
miles
of
but I
what-
down
was
is
gonna
it?
say like so this whole lake is not 50 miles like long. Like if we were to like nudge that circle up a little bit, the entire body of the lake fits. There's no way the lake is going to be deeper than it is wide.
The lake
As
is like 60 miles wide. It's not 100 miles long.
as
the
we're
thing.
having this conversation, I want to look over at Hatterai and be like, have you ever heard of anything unnatural or man-made at the bottom of the lake?
Well, so as you guys are discussing this, Griffle, the thing keeps giving you more information. And then you see it kind of showing you in more detail the sides of the edges of the shore, right? And it
Mhm.
says, it basically explains ship sensors designed to pass through up to 6 feet of solid material. Ship sensors designed to pass through up to 1 inch of magical material. Ship sensors designed to pass through up to 50 miles of air. Ship sensors designed to pass through up to 2 miles of contiguous water.
Oh, so
miles
that's
of
2
water.
miles deep then in that spot.
Okay.
Or it's beyond
Well,
2
would it
miles
be-
deep.
It still wouldn't be flat though.
Yeah, it would. In that case, if you cut off a sphere 2 miles
2
into
miles
the water,
into the water, yeah.
you're gonna
But
get
it
a
would
It
flat
would be
spot.
flat.
So it's like, would it be? Oh, right, because it's the sphere is bigger than the lake. Okay, okay, yeah,
Mhm.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
So in
So
that
basically,
spot's
the-
2 miles deep, basically.
So
Or
the ship is
beyond
basically saying, yeah, this part, the ship sensor goes down 2 miles and stops because it keeps going and we can't penetrate any further than 2 miles of water.
Got it.
So I have a question then. If that's like a standard sensor, like 2 miles deep for a beacon is like a standard sensor range, like I imagine most leviathans would live below that depth in the ocean. So how does it effectively scan for and deter them?
Well, are
So
we at maximum
2
range
miles
and
deep is
low?
way- 2 miles deep is way further than normal beacons would reach.
Right.
Mm.
Most leviathans are outside of a beacon range. Like when you're in
Yeah.
over deep water, you don't have to worry about it. That being said, 2 miles straight down in a lake,
Crazy
That-
deep.
that's insanely deep.
Yeah.
Can we
yeah,
shorten the
I'm gonna go
range
ahead
though
and
and
say-
focus it?
You can, yeah.
I'll go ahead and say there's probably leviathans in the lake.
This real deep.
Just
So-
to guess.
For the record,
Yeah.
all the ship has done is started the scan and then gave you a topographical thing, and then it hit something weird, and it said, "Hey, my initial scan says, I look for a beacon. I look for the topography. It says there's something weird here." It hasn't finished its scan, but this is the initial thing, and it's asking you what you want to. Plucky is asking Griffle, "What do you want me to do about this?"
Is the weird thing the flat part of the lake?
Yeah, the
That
weird thing
would-
is the system did not expect to have water it could not scan through.
Sure.
So okay, so hang on. Sorry, slightly confused. So it would know that it can only scan through 2 miles of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that wouldn't be unusual. It wouldn't throw up an alert about that.
Correct.
So the
Question.
topographical map, does it look like it's 2 miles deep, that flat line?
Yes. Basically,
It
what it's
does.
saying is, from its understanding of just how deep things are, a 2 mile deep section of water is not something that the ship was expecting to experience.
Okay.
It's not that it was unusual that it couldn't go that far. The ship assumed it can scan the whole bottom of the lake. And then when it tried to do it, it went, "Oh, this lake is way deeper than the system expected." What do you want me to
Okay.
do about that?
Continue the scan as normal, I guess, and see what else we come up with.
Yeah, I'd focus the scan deeper down. Like if we can
Yeah,
narrow
could
the
we
range.
lower the radius and increase the? Yeah, could we do that?
You can. You're gonna have to stop the scan in order to do it. You have to basically change the settings, and the scan's not complete. So this is just the first part of what's going on.
Okay, we'll let the
Let's-
first part finish then.
Yeah, complete this one, I reckon, and then scan deep, like focus it down deeper.
Right.
How far above the water are we roughly?
Ooh, that's a great question. Let me double check.
Because that might, if we're very close to the water, I care more about down than around.
But 2 miles is 2 miles, right?
Fair point, but yeah.
2 miles of water, so it can go through a pretty decent amount of air. You guys are fairly high up, so you're like just below the cloud. You guys are 1,000 feet up plus.
Okay. And how's Hatterai reacted to all this?
Hatterai is standing on the edge, looking down at the lake, just sort of marveling at things, taking it all into account.
I'll just
Like
call over to him and be like, how you holding up over there, Hatterai?
There is much beauty in the world, and I did not believe my day. Well, at the beginning of my day, I didn't believe the end of it would look like this.
You can see he's got like a slight smile on his face. Like he seems to be deeply enjoying himself.
Yeah, good.
New leg, new view.
So
Traveled 150 miles in the blink of an eye.
the sensor continues. You see it scan the two beacons, and you get that same sort of readout that you got from the other beacons, but they're almost completely blank. And it basically just says these two beacons are not powered and have no relevant anything in them. So they're not powered and no defenses, no manifests, no nothing. They're off and have no systems power. And you see the scan continues, and then you hear the weapon system light up.
Yay!
Threat to primary systems detected. Threat to primary systems detected.
You see two little pings on your map of the lake as two little green balls appear inside of the lake, pretty deep in the lake, not at the bottom of the sensor, but pretty close to it. And when you see it, you get one of those things like the beacon, right? Like it's a selectable thing on the menu. And when you look at it, you can see it showing you that it's moving very slightly. And the label says Leviathan, category 1. So they're
Oh
two
shit!
within sensor range.
Category 1 is bad, right? This the
Category
big
1
boys.
is the weakest. Those are the weakest.
Oh,
Those are the
okay.
small
Is
ones.
it like same as hurricane?
Yeah, they're like natural disasters. So category 5 is, well, there isn't really a category 5. There's category 4 is like people will get together large ships. You know that the goblins have their own type of ship sort of specific to them. They hunt category 4s. So yeah, category 1 is a problem, but they'll, like most beacons, can kind of get them to go away.
Could we assume, like, I don't know how much is known about Leviathans in general in the world, but could we assume that the smaller ones are like adolescent, or so like the presence of smaller Leviathans would indicate the presence of larger ones?
Yeah, that's a reasonable assumption to make in world.
We could also just tell Hatterai that we found two little ones.
Yeah, I would tell him like straight away. Like, I think we may have just found evidence of Leviathans in the lake.
Another theory disproven. So hard to find things that exist, but nice to find things that do not. Or I guess in this case, something that exists where others believe none could be. But then why is the lake considered always so safe?
You see him kind of thinking as he's looking down, but he still has that look of just wonder, like in his face.
Maybe this is another question, like because the rain funnels to this lake so heavily, they could be like Just lazy. Lazy
Gotcha.
Leviathan.
So
Are they approaching Griffle?
No.
Bad Leviathan.
One of them is very close. Like it's not directly underneath the ship, but where you guys are, it's basically where the B is in Obai. So it's quite close, and you can feel the ship turning on to defend itself.
Is this something we should worry about? Or is it safe to go to 3 trees and let the ship handle it? I kind of just ask out loud to the group.
We could go like up a little bit, right? I look at Griffle.
Well, if we can see the lights from 3 trees, the giant fire ring might give us away in the middle of the night as well.
I'm a little more concerned about being eaten by a Leviathan than being potentially seen by some folks in 3 trees.
How deep are the Leviathan indicated
Uh,
on the?
They're almost to the bottom of the sensor, so like
Right.
both of them are like a mile and a half down.
Which is, again, you said further than most ship sensors would go.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
further than in any lake of this size has any lake of this size has any right to be deep.
Yeah.
so as the ship is powering, you guys can see standing on the deck of the ship that little pieces on the surface of the ship start to like pull back, and there's slats of wood on the ship that are starting to separate, and as 8 panels open, 4 on each side of the ship, and these large discs that are about 10 feet across start to float out of the top of the ship, out of like slots in the ship.
I want to see
Um,
what it does so badly, but you shouldn't.
Can I stop this? Can I? I feel like whatever this is, it's gonna give us a way to like anybody who can see or hear.
Does the ship have like a like Men in Black functionality where you like flash everyone, they forget?
Yeah, what do you want to do, Griffle? You can see the
Um,
ship is very clearly doing something. And
Okay.
as those things open up, as these things start to float out of it, you can see that these are it's like 8 about head size pieces of stone covered in runic writing
Okay.
that are in a circle around a central disc that looks like it's a mixture of metal and glass. That is also covered in ritual markings, and 8 of them float out of the top of the ship.
Okay. So uh, I want to try to tell Plucky like the Leviathans are not a threat.
So
I want to try to indicate like they're too far away. They're not a threat.
So you see Plucky, or you feel Plucky's kind of response. It sends off this kind of wave, and you see in your mind's eye like a golden like pulse from the ship as the Leviathan that you see on your sensors that is a little bit further away, then basically goes down away from the sensor. It goes through the bottom of your field of vision and immediately dives away. The one Leviathan that's closer starts to like very erratically move back and forth. Like it sensed whatever that thing was and doesn't know what to do, maybe, or is freaking out, or maybe looking for something. You're not sure, but it's not like one of them ran away and the other one is like looking around.
Okay.
And then Plucky,
Can I ask Plucky what happened? Like, what was that from the ship?
The ship is set for maximum deterrence of primary threats. One threat is located within minimum range for weapon systems and within minimum safe distance for weapon systems. It basically sends you a feedback where Plucky tells you that on the standing orders of it, one of them is close enough that it sends out this deterrent beam of go the fuck away. The other one is within range to fire on, and its orders right now are
it thinks that the Leviathan is close enough to sense the ship, so it's going to shoot it.
Okay. Can I redirect that shoot to a deterrence as well?
Let me see. So you can feel it, and you can see all kind of the menus open, the options and things kind of fly open. This is going to be a check to see if you can kind of navigate the systems as they're popping up over and over. Give me a
Yep.
dungeon range.
Sure. I just have been making food in the kitchen, but I will skill check. Cool, 30.
30. So you very quickly, no, I don't want to do this. Want to do this. Want to get that extra deterrent away. You get the system kind of open, and you're not sure if you're supposed to see the system. You can see the lights on the weapon system lining up, and you can see the weapon system has a lock on where the Leviathan is, and you can see it. The system is selecting, like basically, Plucky is trying to decide which device to use. And you get the impression that if you hit one of the buttons, it's actually going to do that kind of automatically. Like it's in the middle of processing something. If you stick your hand in the works, you can get it to force select one of the options. Let me pull up the screen real quick that has the options.
As curious as I am to know the weapons capabilities of our ship, I feel like this is going to be some kind of spectacular light show, and we're trying to run incognito at the moment.
Yup.
Maybe when we're ready to be out and proud, then we can see what it's capable of.
You mean come out of the clouds?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much about the ship. It's mostly every time we have to leave the ship, I'm worried people will come take it, right? Not when we're here.
So the options: displace, discharge, disrupt, deter.
Deter.
So you see it kind of switching through. You see it go and basically touch onto displace. And then as it's sort of going through the systems to kind of start the displacement process, you hit the deter, and it sends another one of those pulses. And when it does, the thing just dips straight down into the base and dips below the sensor range and underneath 2 miles of water.
Okay.
So the system sort of hiccups for a second, like it's confused. It was doing something and then it was interrupted. And then you see the displacement sort of menu pop back up. And you see just for a second that it was trying to lock onto the thing. And then what you see below, you see the menu of like what the steps are in the process. And step 1 seems to be some sort of targeting lock, which is what it was doing. Step 2 seems to be what it was preparing to do. And it was charging the congruence engine.
What was going to teleport that thing away?
Bro, what?
Just send it to another plane and be done with it.
Problem solved, yo.
More like someone else's problem now.
While you're there, actually, what was the check? Hang on, did you? Total was 30.
30.
30.
30.
That's high enough to see what the displacement on step 2 is locked to, and you can see there's a destination locked into there. You don't recognize what it is, but you can see that it had a destination already selected.
Oh no. Is it? Can I tell if it's on this plane or another plane?
It's written in Primordial, and you don't have understand Primordial right now, but you can see it. So you can ask.
Okay, can I like write? Is it a heads-up display that others can see, or is it just like in my mind?
Inside your helm.
Okay, yeah. So I will quickly write it down in my notebook and show it to Morin. I'm like, well, quick, what does this say?
So, Morin, could you give me your choice between a history and a nature check?
Yeah, 1 second. Ugh. Neither of those are going to be good.
Technically, you could do a religion check as well.
As well, or in place of
In place of, I could see a religion check for this.
a religion check. Okay.
So with a 20, you recognize the name as the South Star. So the name that she wrote down is one of the kind of the stars that it's important for the equinox. So in a lot of like religious rites and stuff, you have to orient yourself based on certain things, and that's one of the landmarks. So she wrote down the name of a star.
It was going to teleport this dude into a star.
Seems to be
Oh my god.
Like,
So-
that would be a light show. I don't think we'd see it.
the weapon system continues to power down as nothing else within range it considers a threat. So the scan completes, basically doesn't consider there to be anything of threat or of note in range. But again, what the ship considers to be of note is not necessarily what everyone else considers to be of note. Three Trees is a fairly decent sized town.
How long did that scan take?
The scan plus the weapon system took about 10 minutes.
Okay. Can I ask it to scan again, but lower the radius and try to make it like go deeper? Like I want to try and scan a deep cone, like right underneath us, basically.
Give me an engineering check again.
Yeah. Oh
19. 19 is. Hang on, that's the wrong button. That's not the current level, though. Well, it's not the level.
Sorry.
That's not the level of what you're doing. Uh, 19 is enough. So you focus the sensors, and then you basically point the sensors straight down. You get a bunch of warning things that pop up that basically say while it's doing this, it won't be able to see anything that enters the range, and basically asks you to confirm that that's what you want it to do. You're going to be turning off that 50-mile awareness in order to look further in one direction.
I want to ask how long the scan will take.
Plucky will say, reordination of ship sensors will take up to 1 hour, depending on the reordination. Basically, depends
I
on what
relay
you
this to my friends, and I say, instructions.
Maybe we hold off on that then.
It's up to you guys. So for clarity's sake, it's saying that in order to do what you want it to do and then change back, it's going to take a total of 1 hour.
Mhm.
Half
So
hour.
it's just like recalibration time sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know, but how deep can the cone go?
Ship sensors can extend to be up to 4 miles of a contiguous water. So twice the distance is maximum
Yeah.
range.
I'd be interested, but if you guys are scared,
Well,
get
it's
it.
also an hour. If the whole point of coming here was to go to Three Trees now and see if that's currently happening, if we can do anything about the birth and stuff, I was trying to remember. I thought he was going to do ascending last session to talk to the people here and see what was going on, right?
Yeah, he was, but then you guys said we'll just take you there, and he's like, all right, well then I'm not going to be ascending.
Got it. Right. Okay. I mean, at this point, I think the priority is getting to Three Trees. We can come back and scan the lake at that point. That's my thought process.
Can the
Okay.
ship run the scan without us on it? Probably, right?
No.
No?
The ship will not reordinate it. It will not change the sensors with someone not on board controlling it.
Okay.
It's basically going to go back to default if you're not actively telling it to do something.
I think the more time pressing thing is to get to 3 trees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can always come back and do the scan. Like it's a point
Exactly.
of like interest to us,
Right.
obviously, but the Leviathans aren't going to go away because we spent a couple of hours going to 3 trees.
Good point.
Yeah. I think that's the best. But now, how to get to the 3 trees safely? Do we land? Take the boats?
Well, I mean, the ship is deterring Leviathan within this range, so I think we could just put our little boat in the water and we would be safe, right?
I think so.
And Hatterai says the lake is like really safe. It's like known to be really safe. So
Both accurate. So is that the plan?
Sure.
Yep.
So Hatterai doesn't really have a problem going with you guys if you fly the ship basically to be down to the point of level with the water and then chuck the ship off or chuck the feathers off to be able to head across. That's not going to be difficult by any means. And he would be game for going. One thing I do want to make clear is all the things that are marked on the ship's manifest with that little B next to them. That means that the way that they're powered is by being on the ship. So if it needs to do something, it can do those things once. So for example, the daily use of this item, you can use it and then it's going to have one charge until you get back to the ship. So you can turn it into the boat and then once you're gone, you can do it one more time and then it won't do it again until you recharge. So you can basically recharge it before you leave if you use it now, but away from the ship, it only has one use. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's good for a round trip, effectively, right? We have to come back to the ship.
Yeah, yeah, basically.
And we could call the ship to us, worst case.
Also accurate. I'm making it as a general rule for all the things with that label on the manifest as well. So
Right.
anything that it has a use, it can only be used once unless it's being used by the ship. And there's some things with slightly different rules, basically, that say that things run out of power if they're too far away from the ship and they're built into the ship's power.
Mhm.
So you guys take your feathers, make your boats in the rain, and are able to head towards 3 trees. The boats do require you to like actually row, and they have oars and stuff with them. So you do have to kind of row in order to get into 3 trees, which is not super difficult because again the lake is very smooth, it's very calm, but it is, rowing is still kind of a little bit of a strenuous exercise. So it's not difficult for rowing, but in general it is a little difficult. Before we get into 3 trees, we have been going for a pretty decent chunk of time. Let's go ahead and take a like 8-ish minute break. So we will come back at 25.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Recording's going.
So, head into 3 trees. So the town of 3 trees looks, one, you can tell, one from the ship, but also from a distance, it's significantly larger than Emmett's Rest. It's still not it's not like a city. This is not a big place, but it's also directly on the water's edge. So, a lot of these things are like wooden that are on the water that are or right up next to the water to the point of like, just like it says on here or shows on here, that there are small boats and canoes and things that are up against the front of the houses. And for anyone who's familiar with the inner sea, right, the Griffle and stuff, nobody would build their house like this. Like Leviathans do tend to like deeper water, but they'll come right up to the shore, like if there's something to eat. And the idea that you would build your home to effectively be on the water is, with especially there's not a beacon here that's active, is like madness. Like this would just not occur in the inner sea. And there aren't that many people out and about walking, but the number is higher than 0. That there are people that are out in the rain, walking about, doing their business, going about their daily lives, and you can see that there's sort of a feeling in the air of a wind down of the end of the day. And there's a lot of like boats and things and like small ships and fishermen and stuff that are coming into port as the sort of the evening is happening. So while your ship does stick out slightly, like the boat it doesn't look like a stylized swan, but that same sort of long ship, it does look a little different than the local boats. It's not like bigger or especially magical, or you don't have like a giant sign in the back of your head that says this is something weird that's going on. And most people, as long as you don't run into their boat, are not going to be causing you problems. And there is this really long dock that is dotted with these other buildings, some of them which look like they might be like warehouses, a couple of them look like they might be taverns, and quite a few of them, especially on the edges of the town, look like they are houses. And a lot of you can see it in the bigger map, but I'll kind of reiterate it here. Even though what you see is like right up against the lake, you can see that there's waterways and rivers and creeks and things leading away from the main part of the lake. And all of the buildings in the town seem to be located, less than 20 feet at maximum away from the water. Everything is right on the edge of the water.
From this distance, is our ship visible if we look back?
You look back and you do not see your ship.
Okay.
Knowing where your ship is, if you kind of squint and you're like, maybe I can kind of see the ring from here, but it's seeing kind of a campfire in the rain through like 10 miles of rain, or not 10 miles, like 5 miles of rain. It's should be in view, but it's because the rain is so steady and heavy, unless it just stops raining, you're pretty certain no one's going to notice the ship unless they go like actively out onto the water, which now that you're here, you can see in the morning, people might actually go actively out into the water enough to be able to get close to the ship.
All right.
Because there's lots of like little fishing things here.
Yeah, we should leave before then, likely.
Yeah. Or command the ship to go further away. That is also an option.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask about that. So we can command the ship to come to us or go further.
Right. You can get the ship to move at base speed if you're not next to it and on the same plane. So it doesn't move fast, but it does move. So I want to throw everyone into initiative order, if you would not mind. We got tokens on here that are kind of over in Emmett's Rest. Griffle, you need to pop one onto the map. We'll move you guys over this way. And again, this is exploration initiative. Don't worry about like your powers and things like that. Just make sure your token is selected when you hit your button. 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Who missing?
Hey,
You're
one.
missing me. There we go.
One.
I was trying to scroll up on my character sheet, and it just kept scrolling me to the bottom automatically. So I don't know what's going on with Chrome.
Hey, one. The
You
plus
gotta
one.
do it from your token.
Yeah, I clicked on my token. I can see my health and
If you're
everything.
doing character sheet stuff, then you're not doing it from your token.
So I clicked on my token on the map, and I
Mhm.
can see my healing surges and my health. Then I hit initiative.
Are you
So
hitting it up at the top though, or are you hitting it in your journal?
I'm
are you hitting it on the token bar at the top of your screen?
no, because I don't know why that's not here.
Oh. Ideally, you should fix that because it's not adding you to the initiative.
His
Is my token
actions
not
might
actually
be on the
right?
bar. Like he's got to go to the settings on the.
No,
in the
they
sheet.
are. I'm looking at his token right now. It is correctly
Okay.
labeled. All of his stuff is correctly done. And it did
Weird.
work when I clicked on it. So
Lies in deceit.
So, yeah. As you guys are approaching the town, what is the group's ascending, not descending? what's the group's before I put you guys in initial order, like what you guys are going to be doing, where you're going? What's the group's kind of plan for going in here? Is it go to the Lord's Manor straight off? Is it to look around? Like, what are you guys planning to do in town?
I think we
Lord's
should
Manor
beeline it
straight
for
off.
the Lord's Manor, yeah.
Yeah.
Hatterai can provide us a bit of an in, right? That he said he's friends with the Lord.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To be clear, I've never been to this town before, but Lord Stormtree has visited the rest on one occasion. We have met and have kept correspondence. I believe his home is located on one of these tributaries,
And he gestures up, kind of behind the main kind of part of the town, leading a little bit away from the lake, but still on the water. So, since Hattereg basically knows where he's going, if the plan is to go straight to the Lord's Manor, you can just follow Hatterei's instructions. You can see people are like not uncomfortably noticing you, but they like see that there's people around and have that look of, oh, those people are not from here. That's unusual. And you make your way up the little tributary, getting away from the main part of the lake and onto the creeks and rivers that feed into the lake. As you do, as you kind of go through the main part of town, there is one waterway. There's one calling it a river might be a little bit too grandiose, of large creek that the main part of the town is built on. And it's sort of the main street, more or less, of the town. So as you kind of turn onto it, it gets a little bit more crowded, and there's people moving back and forth, getting a lot of things done right at the edge of the lake. But as soon as you make it onto that part going forward, the creek is wide enough that you can have about 10 or 15 vessels comfortably in the like side to side in the creek without hitting one another. So it's not difficult to kind of maneuver your way into there. Although again, it is a little bit of an exhausting thing to be to continue rowing this long. And as you make your way into there, you can see that one of the few buildings that you've seen so far that is located not actually on the water's edge. There is a building that looks kind of like a miniature fort almost, that is on a big, what looks to be block of stone. Or maybe it's a stone that was cut to be more like a platform. And there is like big, heavy doors. There's two chimneys that are on it, both of which have had a thick black smoke billowing from them. And there are open doors, like big, heavy doors, big enough to have like a cart go through, or you're pretty certain one of these boats. And you see like a slide with like markers and things and little pulleys where you could pull a boat away from the water's edge up to the side of this building. And there's tons of people. Like there's people that are constantly having to sort of like shuffle past each other, moving around the outside of this building. Almost all of them look to be Goliath, although there are some humans mixed in, moving around, carrying things, carrying like barrels and boxes. Some of them have like weapons and armor. Like there's just lots and lots of people, and the heavy sound of ringing can be heard from inside of the building. And for those of you guys that are trained in Arcana, as you go past the building, it's very difficult to ignore the fact that there's quite a bit of magic happening, like practice ritual magic happening in that big building. Is- Do you guys have questions? Would this be something to distract you, and you'd be like, okay, let's look at this, or is this more of a kind of put a pin in it and we'll think about it later? What would your guys' reaction be to seeing this place?
This is all happening at night, right?
It's late in the evening, so this is like 9 p.m. ish. Like it's after dark, but not the middle of the night.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, why are things so active here at night?
The rest of the town look like what you'd expect, right? There's a couple people out and about doing things, but most people are either settled in or are at home. This place
Right.
looks different.
again, if our main goal is to get to the dream area, and warn them about what we saw, this is interesting, but we might want to come back to it, right?
Yeah.
Or it could be the area that we're after. I don't know.
I mean, if it was, hang on, Hatterai,
Uh,
this isn't the keep, is it?
no, it looks like some sort of foundry. I know the description that Dacron gave to his home, and this is not it.
He knows that this is not where you guys are going, but it is
Yeah.
unusual.
We could go and speak to the Lord and ask him what's going on if he'll speak to us.
So they kind of pause for a second and then continue moving onwards. Hatterai kind of is watching kind of what's going on around this forge or foundry, but then very quickly, kind of as you guys pass it, is now looking and doing other things. He does try to take a turn with the whole rowing thing, but he gets tired relatively quickly. And kind of comes off. You can tell that he feels a little maybe guilty, or he looks a little guilty that everybody else is doing work and he's not really. So continue on down the waterway, about 100 yards away from the foundry, a little bit further upstream. You can see a big spot of open ground where there are a couple of what look to be like benches, and then like rows of raised benches, basically bleachers that are up on a spot of land that's not like the other building where it's like a big stone that's all cut or somehow raised above. This is more looks like a natural little hill that has been smoothed or worked away a little bit to be a little bit more of like a flat open area. And then you can see that there is a big heavy iron fence that is on the far side of this little area where the bleachers are. And then behind that, on another spot of, again, it looks more like a little natural hill, there's a bigger building that has two kind of wings that stick out of it. And Griffle, as soon as you see the building, you know that's the Lord's house. Like you get this familiarity of, looking at the building, what all the rooms are, like where things are in the house, and like even down to the point of like which steps on the stairs on the front side of the house creak. So Griffle knows 100% that this is the Lord's manor.
That seems like a much greater level of detail than you probably got in your dream.
I think it's about how, if correct me if I'm wrong, Gary, but I think it's about like when I was the person in the dream, I would have known these things, and therefore I remember.
That's a reasonable assumption to make.
Yeah,
I
and the
never
same
saw
thing.
the outside. I only saw the one room.
Yeah, the same thing happened to me though, right? I recognized the town. I had familiarity with people I never even saw in the dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, very similar concept. Basically, to me, it was almost like you were them long enough to get some of the memories, almost.
Yeah, or like maybe we were them long enough to, like, the things that are automatic knowledge for someone, like that they wouldn't even have to think about. Like you don't have to think about what your house looks like; you just know what your house looks like.
Yeah.
So I have one quick question, which is, you can see this is a place you can obviously walk into. What do you do with your boats? Do you turn them back into the feathers? Do you leave them here? What do you want to do with them?
So we can turn them into the feather and then back into the boat once, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fishing town. I'd assume leaving your boat out is safe enough.
There does seem to be a spot on the dock where you could very easily just grab one of the moorings and tie it up.
Like I would take it.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit nervous to leave valuable items.
Oh, it's only worth 21,000 gold.
These things don't- to the untrained eye, these things don't look magical, but if someone knew what they were, like it would be an enticing thing. Although, small towns, it's difficult to just steal something. So they'd have to kind of be in cahoots or be easy to get it back if it was taken from you. Although you could just turn it into a feather and take it with you.
Is there anyone around?
Not
Anyone
really.
see
Not here.
us?
Actually, so I'm bad at the description, right? But like from where you guys are, you can see the top of the gate, and you can see like the hill in front of the manor, and then the manor house behind. You can't see what's actually in front of the gate. Griffle, you know that generally speaking, on a lot of days, there's going to be like a guard in front of the gate, and because of the hill in the way, you can't see the guard. But he's
I'm just thinking, like, if we turn these back into feathers, we may actually make people more suspicious of us if they see that.
If you do that from where you guys are, there's nobody in line of sight of you. Like, there's
Okay.
no one that can see you, unless there's someone like looking out from the windows of the house. They could see you, kind of, but it's in the rain.
Oh, Captain, my captains, I would highly recommend us to take these with us and not leave them behind.
I agree.
I also agree.
Okay, so you turn them into the feathers, and then head up the hill to kind of walk through the open area where like the bleachers are, and then go down the hill, and then again back up the little hillock to get to the manor house. As you get up the hillock, you can see the guard that he isn't always in front of the manor house, but he does frequently stand in front of the manor house, especially if there's appearances to upkeep. He's not standing there. However, there is someone standing in front of the gate, and there's a little stone pathway that only goes to a small shack on one end and to the garden on the other. That isn't really a road proper, but it's kind of mimicking like a cobblestone road in like a bigger city. But it's just stylized. It's not actually useful for that. But standing on that little stylized cobblestone road, there is a girl. She's like maybe comes up to your waist, Griffle. And she's standing there and looking down, and you can see on the ground in front of her, there's a board that is, it's about 2.5 feet square. It's fairly thick, and it is covered in small white stones. And she's looking down at it, kind of standing in the rain, getting completely drenched. And the board is also very wet. And everything around her, the light looks wrong. As she's standing there, you can tell that she's standing there, but there's almost like a look of translucence. You can't actually see what's behind her, but for some reason you get this feeling like she's not really there. And has these
Is she a
large
tiefling?
horns. Yes, tiefling. That curve around her head that are very distinctive looking, that even though you never saw in your dream or in your vision the tiefling from the front, the horns are distinctive enough, and the weird monochromatic effect that she has around her is distinctive enough that you recognize what you would call in the dream the wraith.
It's her. I grab onto who it, like, if anybody's walking next to me, I grab them and stop them. I'm like, it's her, the one from my dream, the wraith.
We made it in time.
What do we do?
I don't know.
That is the question now. You're standing out front. You see the thing, the wraith. What do you do?
So this woman is about to go into labor if she's not in labor already. Should we talk to the wraith?
I think so.
Can't hurt.
Griffle? Do you want to?
This wraith seems like a kid. Griffle and kids. Ugh. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but short.
Does she? Yeah, like how does she seem young or like just small?
She's facing away from you, so she's looking. She's facing towards the gate, and like you, for everyone else in the group, she's just small. You know, because you've seen her from the front, that she looks to be a girl of about 10.
Yeah, Griffle's great with kids. Let Griffle handle it.
Well, Morin has the same
Yeah,
same boss. Maybe you want to talk to her.
yeah. So I will kind of step forward and raise my hand and try to hail her.
So you do that, and you hear this little scratch, like something moves on the board. The girl turns her head slightly, like cocks her head to the side, but doesn't turn around. And then you hear in a whispering voice just next to your ear, "Have the master's wishes changed?"
I have no idea.
This is how I felt all last session.
Griffle, whatever that effect is, seemed to have like thrown her voice. Everyone could hear it, but it smoked kind of like by Morin's ear, and her voice has this immediate like visceral response from you that you have to kind of like combat, of like you're listening to a bad omen. This weird sort of almost begrudging respect, but also fear and revulsion.
Fuck me, dude.
I think I'll say plans have not changed, but I need to speak with you.
No, plans have changed. Plans have definitely changed.
She nods but doesn't turn towards you.
So I'll keep walking.
Okay. So you keep walking, you walk up next to her, and you can see what she looks like.
Yeah, just your average cute little 10-year-old, right?
So she looks younger than this picture, but I really think this picture gets pretty close to a lot of the things. So she has more elfin looking features than what you would normally expect a tiefling to have. So like the long ears, the kind of slight face. She has this sort of very cherubic child looking face. She's very small. Like again, she's about the size of like a 10-year-old girl. She's under 4 feet, yeah, right around 4 feet tall, and then has these enormous curling horns. I mean, she's looking down at a board that has little white stones, many of which have, it's kind of hard to see in the rain, but look to have writing on them in silver. She doesn't seem bothered by you standing next to her.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do?
How did you come to be in our master's service? I'll like
So-
reassuringly put my hand on her shoulder.
So she gives a little bit of a start when you touch her, and then like looks at your hand. Same as all the others. But it is my place to be here. She actually turns to look at you. But not yours. Master barely touched you, but he did more with me. What do you want?
I need to deliver a message to our master. Can you give him something for me?
I will take what I can. That is my place. But something is stopping me, preventing me from task.
She turns away from you and looks back at the board, and you can see there's like concentration and confusion on her face as she's looking at the board.
What do you see?
Disruptions. Divinations from masters should show me certain things, but I see. I don't know what this is. It's like some dark presence, or some light one, has masked part of the board. My senses should feel everything close by, but it's like something approaches that I cannot see. I don't know what it is, but it feels strange. Do you feel this?
She reaches her hand out and puts 2 fingers over your chest. There's a sort of warmth that spreads. 1 second, hang on. There's a sort of warmth that spreads from your chest, and there's a sense that things are going to be okay, that everything is going to work out, that no matter how bad things might look, that eventually it'll all work out as long as you're kind of keep the faith. And she pulls her hand away, and the sensation fades almost immediately. Morin?
So I'll say, yes, I feel it.
It's strange. I've heard some of the others, some of the pieces, talk about this thing.
She takes her 2 fingers and presses it over her chest. And you can see that it's having some sort of impact on her as well. And
Mhm.
she's holding her fingers hard enough against her chest that it looks almost painful.
I think the pieces, the ones that are here, they call it hope.
Call it home?
Hope.
Hope. I think I'll just kind of go, And why are you here, child? Perhaps I can help you.
There is a light in that house, a small light, one that I've been sent to collect. It will die tonight, and Master will offer, as he always does. And the stones had said, or I thought they had said, but maybe I was mistaken, that when the light went out and Master offered, that light would turn into something else. It would turn into one of us.
Are you guys close enough that I'm hearing this?
Probably. There's not a lot of space here. And if you guys want to walk up, she doesn't seem bothered by you guys standing around her. Or really even noticing you.
So when she says like the kid will die tonight, or however she phrased it, Griff was just gonna be like, not necessarily quietly, but not trying to like make it obvious, but just sort of like clenches her fist and be like, "Not if I can help it."
So when you say that, she looks over towards you, and you can see there's this like deep sadness in her face.
Not my place, wishing you well. But I feel I know these words. Why do I wish to tell you that it's not my place? Such wishes, never my place. When she says that, there's these weird sort of vibrations in the back of your head. And when she's saying it out loud, you can hear the echoes of her saying that in your vision.
Right.
So what she said in the vision is, I hear and watch and listen, Lord of the Stone Tree. And then she says, if I could, I would wish the mistress well. It's not my place, such wishes, never my place.
Right.
So in character, you hear those words of the vision sort of echoing in your head when she turns to you. And you can tell that same sort of feeling of weird recognition that Drock had, she has with you.
Okay.
So
How are you reading these stones?
she shrugs. Master gives all of us gifts. This is our gift. To read the patterns, to see the lives. Ones that will end, but can be changed into us. You can tell that she's not really being deceptive so much as just like, for her, it seems like it's like an innate ability.
Right. Yeah.
I walk up to the board and point at one of the stones and say, "Who's this one?"
So she smiles, and then kind of that smile goes away pretty quickly. You are not from here. She turns her head. It's bad luck to speak to us. You might find yourself on the board, but those aren't people. They're pieces. Pieces of something else, and she gestures towards part of the board that seems like the pieces are moving very quickly and kind of erratically, and sometimes there's you can see there's a little like grid on the board, and the pieces are sticking between them. They're sometimes like folding over top of each other. Like the pieces on one part of the board are moving a lot more, and they aren't moving like normal pieces on like a game board. Those are wrong somehow. I don't understand it. But they aren't people.
Is one of these the child?
One of these should show that a child will come. It will have with it a light, an important light. One, she puts her her 2 fingers over her chest like she did before, and you see there's maybe like a comforting gesture, like I was. A light, something the master can use. It will be here, or it should be, and then it will go out. But something's wrong. I don't understand. She looks like genuinely confused, staring at the board, looking at the part of the board that's having the pieces move over and kind of crawl over each other. What is Phil doing during all this?
I don't know, man. This chick just kind of creeps me out. I'm kind of like thinking of I don't know, she just kind of creeps me out. I'm thinking of right now, like when I see children, it makes me think of the uh back in Prosperity. There's a what's the word, like an orphanage slash
Mm-hmm.
group living. That's what I always think of, or my character would think of.
Yeah.
It's just like weird to see a child alone with like no protection and like talking weird stuff. But it's kind of freaking me out. Also, I'm still sick, so like,
Oh, I'm
no,
sorry, man.
no, no, no,
I mean,
no. The
in real
character
life,
Filibuster is sick. Filibuster.
So, yeah. So, what are you guys doing?
Hatterai's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hatterai, do you recognize this board? What kind of divination properties it could have?
I would need to examine it. Child, may I?
She shakes her head no.
People use different tools for different tasks. I could maybe learn something of them, but I can see it as being used as a focus of some sort.
He points at part of the board.
You see there? That square was rough a moment ago, and now it is smooth. This is some sort of divination.
And he like he was gonna say something, and then he pauses, and then he nods to himself, and you hear him say telepathically instead of out loud, like your rods. Like he was going
Oh,
to say that out loud, and then he decided against it and said it telepathically instead.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the rods, I'll say telepathically, I wonder if the rods are the wrongness she is speaking of, a conflicting magic.
For the ship, it has its anti-divination wards.
Or your auras.
We're just as lost as normal then.
Well, if she's still out here, then the birth hasn't happened yet. I don't know if there's anything that we could do to help, but I think we
Michael,
need
do
to
you
get.
see the message?
When will you go collect?
Uh,
When will you go broker this deal?
It is
Wait, you said-
supposed to be tonight.
oh, here.
Fuck, aren't we
Oh.
glad that we that we went right away?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Gary, is she glowing, like outlined?
No, she's not.
Very strange.
So she, if you don't continue to ask her things, she says,
If what I saw was correct, it should be an hour. Maybe less. The stone should tell me when to walk up, when to approach, when to
No.
offer my services, when to be seen by the lord and lady of the house. If I go too soon, maybe things change. But how do I know if the stones are unclear?
she's doing that same thing where whenever she's not like when she's talking about something else and she's not actively thinking about it, her hand sort of drifts to her chest and places the two fingers right over her heart.
I'm gonna ask telepathically, Griffle, do you want to go in and see if you can offer aid to the birth if it's happening soon?
I've already gone.
Oh, okay.
When she started talking, so I was waiting for a moment to say this, but when she started saying like it should be in an hour, and I was like no, and then I just like leave. I just go in the house and the keep.
Take brain, how to write with you?
Sure, Hatter can follow me if he wants to. I'm not gonna wait for him.
You need an introduction, a way in. No one's gonna just let you into a room where a woman's in active labor without some sort of in. He'll be that in. Take him with you. You just storm in to a pregnant lady's room, yelling about helping out. Like, I don't think you're making it very far.
So real quick, there's a little bit of timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff happening. So I need to do part of like a side scene conversation thing first, and then we'll go into the house and kind of figure out what we're doing there. So I
Sure.
need to do that with Phil real quick. Phil, do you recognize what that is? Or Michael, do you recognize what that?
Sorry, I'm reading it over and over again, and it sounds so familiar, and I have no idea. It also isn't that the. It's either the you don't care if I'm saying this out loud, right? It's
I
either
mean-
the thing that the Winter Queen said to us, or from the message in
Your character would likely remember what this is from. So if you do not know or you do not remember, I will explain it to your character for real quick. So let me pull you down.
The fuck?
That's our standard go-to in this game. I never know what's going on.
What the hell is happening?
Yeah, seriously. It feels a little bit like, season 1 of Lost. Hey, here's a mystery. Go try and solve. Lol, there's another mystery.
Have
Oh, you
have
thought
any of
were
you
gonna get
guys?
answers? No, you get more questions, fucker.
Oh, always. Have any of you guys played Elden Ring?
Yeah.
Playing it right now.
Oh my goodness, I never know what's going on, and there's no anything there's not
Is
even a
this your
quest
first
log.
Souls game?
Is it what? Sorry.
Is this your first Soulsborne game?
Yeah. I didn't.
Read item descriptions, man. That's where the majority of your lore is going to come from.
Oh, but
Environmental storytelling and item descriptions.
it's not even that. It's like Blythe. What's his name? The guy that you meet in Rena's tower, and then you meet him in the underground area. Like, I just never know what's going on or where to go next or anything. I'm so lost.
Welcome to Souls games, man.
Yeah,
They
seriously.
do not hold your hand.
Well, yeah, fair. And I've like it's not my like my normal type of game. I love the world. The world is incredible. But I'm really bad at the game where legitimately I'm cheating and still getting my butt kicked.
Yep.
It's just ridiculous. But the world is so beautiful. But yeah, I'll probably never like get good enough to play it normal, but that world is just incredible. But I am just as lost in that game as I am now in this.
No maidens. No bitches.
Okay. So as you guys are having this sort of conversation, Phil says,
she
when she's talking about
She
the feeling
keeps-
in
yeah.
with Morin.
I think you shouldn't worry about this, and I'm addressing everyone. I think what she's feeling is a good thing.
It certainly felt good.
Yeah. So I'm
But
not quite
why?
sure.
Why do you
What-
think
why-
that?
It's a good feeling.
Anyone else have another reaction or question to that? And then if not, I'll kind of move forward to Griffel being told that she has an hour.
What is your name, child?
She looks at you and just looks completely baffled.
What may I call you?
I am the Wraith of Three Trees.
Well, Wraith, may I wait with you until it's time?
She nods very slowly. I don't know. Maybe? If you think the master would smile on that action, then yes.
She's focusing again on the board.
Is Griffle still here, or did she leave?
So this is the point where Griffle is going to kind of head into the house.
Yep.
Is anyone staying outside other than Morin? Or is everyone kind of tromping in?
Does the girl's just chilling?
She's staring at this board outside.
Yeah.
Now, she doesn't look like she's going to react if someone kind of like walks past her and opens this big iron gate and goes into the house. But yeah, that's the question. So that's what Griffle's doing. She is walking up into the house.
I mean, again, pregnant lady in labor. I think a smaller group is probably better. How do I?
I'm gonna.
Griffle.
Can I approach the girl? Just like sit next to her.
You can, yeah.
Yeah. Just
So she's standing. So you sit down next to her rather because she's standing up. She's not sitting.
But she's looking at a board.
Yeah, she is. She's looking at a board that's on the ground.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. So I just like sit and look at the board with her.
When you walk up and go sit down next to the board, you see that area of like chaotic stones in the bottom right of the board twist, and everywhere where you walk near the board, the stones recoil away from you and start to climb on top of each other, moving away from where you're standing, or from where you sit down.
Well,
The
that's not
girl
very
looks at
nice.
you and says, What are you? What is that? That light you have?
Oh, this is a question I had from earlier. Do I still have a halo? Or is that just a momentary thing for when the thing leveled up?
Do you still have a halo? You gotta.
So
And how-
when I gained concordance with Baneslayer,
Mhm.
I had a momentary halo around me.
Yes, that faded in a couple of seconds.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
She's now that you've kind of gone into her, like you've gotten her attention. She looks at you and asks what she just asked.
I don't know how to answer that question because frankly, I don't really know what I am.
You took the honey power, right?
I did.
What?
When we were in the wilds and we
No
met
one else knows what that means.
Nope.
Beautiful.
and we met some sort of queen lady. She gave us a choice of 3 gifts, and Filibuster chose honey, which was kind of tied to life, I think.
When the girl is looking at you, kind of looking directly at you, which she doesn't really do with anyone else, she just doesn't meet anyone's eyes except for yours. Her eyes look very bizarre because they have that same sort of monochromatic effect, but like her pupils are gray or like slightly translucent with a little bit of light behind them. Like there's no real color in her eyes, and where there would be whites, it's instead clear. And
You can see into her almost. Is that?
Yeah, you can sort of see, like looking beside her pupil, you get the feeling that you're seeing the back of her eye socket. But do you just not respond as she stares at you?
She's just staring at me. That's it.
I mean, she asked a question and you didn't answer.
I did answer.
Oh, you saying you don't know what you are?
Yeah, I don't know what I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was to me, the DM.
No, that was to her.
Okay. So yeah, so she just stares at you intently without saying anything, like she's trying to find the answer. As Griffle and Hatterai and who else goes into the house?
I'm gonna stay out.
I'll stay out.
I'll stay out.
It sounds like Griffle and Hatterai go into the house.
Yeah, that can't end badly. It'll be fine.
So, Griffle, you.
I don't know why you don't trust me, man. What
So
have I
you-
ever done to you?
I said don't carry the kid, and you just you didn't carry him, but you just grabbed his neck and dragged him away. You and kids, and you're about to go see a brand new kid.
You go, you grab hold of the handle. You know that the door is locked from the way that it feels in your hands, but you also know that the lock is in need of repair. And you know that if you just lift it a
Oh,
little
you know
further,
I'm gonna be busting that shit down.
it's not gonna you're not gonna break it. Like, you know that if you just lift the handle a little bit more than you should, so the door tilts slightly, that you can push it down and open the door while it's locked.
Yes.
That same sort of familiarity. You know it, but like nobody, like no random person's gonna know that. So you
Okay.
open the door, and the house is like, from the entry part of the house is dark, but you know you can walk straight up the stairs, and then the room that you know everything is happening is going to be back into the left. Do you just walk straight to it?
Yes.
Okay. So
Like briskly too.
Hatterai does his damnedest to keep up with you, but he's kind of okay until it comes to the stairs, which Griffle can easily take two at a time, and Hatterai is going to be struggling to get up at all. Do you just continue walking, or would you help him?
Damn it. Yeah, no, I would help. I'd be like, okay, I'll go back and help him. I'll just pick him up. I'm like, I'm sorry about this, Scholar.
So, you pick him up and kind of like half carry him up the stairs, and then you see the door at the end of the hall is open. You can hear someone like chanting, muttering under their voice. You know it's the shaman, even from the distance. And you head down the hallway with Hatterai kind of half holding, half being carried by you. At the end of the hall, the room opens up, and there is a woman laying in a four-poster kind of traditional bed, and then there is a orc shaman that is kneeling over her with the shaman's hand on the woman's very pregnant belly, muttering under her breath in orcish giant, and then standing in front of the window, looking what you know to the back of the house, which is where there's another waterway, is Dacron Stone Tree. So there's a big kind of imposing man who immediately turns as he hears people enter the room, and you see his face grow dark, and he has this sort of finery that he's wearing. So like, while the shaman is sort of dressed in like everyday clothes, and the woman just has like a shift on, Dacron is wearing like a formal like robe with this heavy thing layered over top. So this is Dacron Stone Tree. So he turns and says, "What is the meaning of this? Who are you? How did you get here?" You see he flicks his hand, and a like longsword of black energy appears in his hand.
Okay. So I will put Hatterai further forward, and I will just be like, Lord Decron Stone Tree, your lady, wife, and child are dying, and I may be able to help. Do you really want to distress her further?
So I need your choice of an intimidate or a diplomacy check, please.
God.
Or if you want to justify something else, you can try to justify something else.
Look, I feel
Impress him with
neither
your
of them are very
healing
good.
skills.
It's 5 intimidate or 3 diplomacy. Neither of these are good.
Yeah. Griffle's not normally the face of the party, but she's decided that she's going into this room. So
Well, wouldn't there be the sense of familiarity there? Like, wouldn't Dacron like feel, or maybe she's not close
Maybe
enough?
not
I don't
for
know.
me. Yeah.
you feel it. Like, you feel like this is your husband that's turning to you, drawing a weapon, and you're pretty certain that he feels something as well. But you know that not everyone reacts the same way to this feeling, right? Like, some people react to it very friendly, and other people react to it very negatively.
Okay, so I'll try diplomacy, but I'm gonna like go with the angle of like, so I said like, don't distress your wife. Um, let me look into let me look into her eyes. She will know me. I promise you.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice.
So you see that dark weapon, it kind of shakes slightly, and you see the tip of the blade start to like vibrate. You know that weapon is very dangerous. Um, and you see him like
The
that
dark saber.
anger on his face like twists. What? Why are you like her? I sense you are twisting something. You can see that he's like paralyzed, like he wants to do something, but he doesn't understand. And then Hatterai says, "They are here to help. Look at me. You know me. They are here and have powerful divinations. Please let her help." And you see, as soon as as soon as he looks away from you, that sort of like immediate, just like instantaneous react with violence response fades, and he says, "Hatterai, how can you what?" And you can see he is so completely like floored by whatever's going on. He's not going to be able to stop you if you walk over to the bed.
Yeah, I will walk over the bed and I will look into his wife's eyes, whose name I never got either. I don't think.
Mhm. True, you never got her
Uh,
name.
and I will just be like, I'm here now. We can fix this.
Who?
So you see her kind of like grimace in pain, as you know she is actively in labor, and she looks up and says, "What? I I know you. Who are you? Uh, is this
Later.
more of the Orcus trickery?"
No time to explain. Um, I want to like turn to the orc and be like, what does she need? No games now. Be straight with me.
Uh, the lady is not you. I see something wrong with you and with her. The babe is in trouble. How do you know, and how do I?
She takes her hand and kind of pushes it against part of the belly, which causes the mother to kind of groan and flinch in pain.
Do I feel anything?
What you feel is this weird sense of connection.
Mhm.
And she says,
The babe will not turn. Not yet, but we might be able. Here.
and she climbs onto the bed, onto the opposite side of where Lady Stonetree is laying, and places her hand on the stomach and says,
Right there. I just need something to brace against, and this is some strange spirit feeling, but can do it. You can, and I.
she grabs your hand and puts your hand on her stomach and then presses with her other hand as the Lady Stonetree starts to scream. You guys outside,
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do whatever she tells me to do.
you guys outside hear hear a scream come from inside of the house, and the wraith's head snaps away from looking at Phil and looks towards the back of the house. And you see
I'm just
stones
fucking
on the board.
changing the whole timeline, dude.
The stones on the board all snap into place. What do you guys do?
What does that mean that they snap into place?
So
Like they're a grid now? Or-
yeah, so the grid, all the pieces. So the stone board is like a grid, right, with a bunch of
Mhm.
white stone pieces on it. And some of the pieces like were weirdly stacking on top of each other, or being between two squares, or like touching, or things like that. When that scream happens, all of the pieces on the board stop touching each other. They all kind of snap back into there's never more than one piece in any one square. And even though you don't know what the order looks like, it all looks very orderly again, and nothing looks disrupted. Even in not knowing what it's supposed to look like, seeing the pieces all like clustered together, like someone just took a bunch of them on the board and stacked them together, looked not right. Now the board looks stable.
So I think when I see the board change, I will ask her, what does that mean?
It means there is a new light. But
This, she taps on one of the stones.
I have never seen that before.
She takes the board, she picks it up, and as she touches the bottom of the board and lifts it, it goes dark, like a shadow passes over the board, and then it vanishes. She then starts to walk forward, and you see her pass through the iron gate.
I'm following
When you say
her.
pass through, do you mean like shift through?
Like she walked through the gate and she didn't open it.
Yeah, that's kind of what it.
So the stone that she pointed to, she said, I've never seen this happen before. You said they all had like symbols on them?
Mm-hmm.
Can I remember that symbol and write it down?
Yes. So the symbol on the board, when she pointed to, a lot of the others look like they're like languages, or maybe a bunch of letters overlapping on top of each other. That one was a symbol. It wasn't anything in a language. And it was a curved sword, point down, and around the top of the handle, there was a crown.
Oh,
Wow.
that's familiar.
From 2 years
From
ago.
a few years ago.
So she walks through the gate, looks like she's going to walk straight through the wall, and is starting to walk up. What
I'm
is everyone
walking. I'm walking with her.
So she's climbing like what looks to be like, from an outsider's perspective, what it looks like she does is she walks forward slightly, and then before she gets to the front door of the building, she starts to walk up an incline and then through the front wall of the building. So
Fuck. I
you're
knew I
not
should have taken
able
that
to walk-
teleportation utility.
you're not gonna be able to walk directly with her, but she's not walking quickly. Like she's not running or anything like that. She's just walking in a very way that's disconnected with the world around her.
hmm But I don't
So
really know where the um
You
where
can
the.
follow the screaming pretty easily.
Oh, okay.
she's walking into the birth, right?
Yeah, she's walking into the building, and your characters might not know, other than like as soon as you go in the building, you can hear the screaming coming down the hall. She's basically walking in more or less a straight line from the front gate to the room that this is in. She's just not obeying like any of the laws of physics in order to get there.
hmm
I would follow her into the room.
Okay. So she goes through there. Is anyone not going into the room? I guess is my question.
I'll stay in the hallway. Again, bunch of random dudes showing up in active labor. Probably weird people out.
Yeah, I'll also stay in the hallway.
So, one, when you get to the bottom of the steps, you try to take a step up onto the first step. And as you go forward, it feels like someone grabs hold of your backpack. And like when you try to step a step forward, you can, but it's like it's super heavy all of a sudden.
Can I try to struggle against it and proceed?
You can. You struggle against it, but you get the feeling that it's like your backpack weighs 10 times what it weighed a moment before. And if you kind of you step back from the stairs, the backpack is normal. When you step forward again, that weight kind of quintuples on your back. And you get the feeling that maybe you could take the backpack off and go up the stairs, but it's like as soon as you step onto the stairs, someone puts several bricks in your backpack.
Can I open my backpack and try some of the items to see what in particular it is?
Just, I've left you on the stairs while you're taking a step up and a step down.
Easily distracted.
You open the bag up as you see everyone else kind of going up the stairs, except for maybe Drock is at the top of the stairs at the end of the hall. Like at the end of the hall is where the room is. And when you open up the bag, when you put your hands into the bag, the center part of your bag, when you pull it out, is in your hands. It's not heavy, but you can sense as soon as you pick it up that this is where the weight's coming from. It's a seed.
Wow.
Basically, it's the seed.
The seed.
So Drock, you see at the bottom of the steps, one pulls out a my brain is trying to think of something other than gesturing with my hands for size descriptions, but I'm bad at life.
Think fruits. Always a good size reference.
A
Probably
pineapple.
the size of, I was gonna say like jackfruit size or something.
It's not quite that big. So it's definitely broader than a pineapple. It's more like arrowhead shape, but it's about the size of a pineapple.
Okay.
She a little bit bigger. So she pulls out this seed that looks like, a traditional seed, but it's about the size of a pineapple. She's holding onto it.
What is that one?
This is a seed that we found
Long fucking story.
in prosperity. It is mysterious.
And also very soft to the touch.
Oh,
Which is new.
that is new. Has it been healing all these years?
Not sure.
Can I use Arcana to try to sense like why the seed would not want to go up the stairs or be able to go up the stairs?
Sure. You want to do like detect magic on whatever this thing is?
Yeah, not on the seed, but on like the warding or whatever it is.
Let me look. Huh. So you know that opening your senses and looking directly at the seed is going to be not super helpful because it's like, oh, this is powerfully magical. Thank you. So you sort of look around it, and there is this weird warping in the magic around the seed. And it takes you a couple of seconds to figure out what it is. You don't really know how to interact with it too terribly much, but you get the sensation like it's not working or it's not being able to move because it's resisting being wielded, or rather, it's resisted being used while not being wielded. If you have a focus, right, a magical focus that's designed to do something, let's say that magical focus is designed to open doors, and you go to the door that the focus is designed to open. If you don't use the focus and try to walk through the locked door, the focus is going to have like a resonance. Like it's going to like the magic in it is going to fight against what's going on. Think of like the magnetism, right? Like you're taking two positive charge things and try to force them together. Because its purpose is to open that door. If you try to take the focus through the door without using it to open the door, it's going to have a really hard time passing that barrier. That's what whatever this is around the seed is doing. It's like something is trying to, like the purpose is happening, but nothing is trying to use it for it. And because it's being used inappropriately, it's not working and it's resisting being moved.
So that feeling coupled with this baby being symbolized by this sword with a crown makes me really want to get that seed to that baby. Can I try to activate it in some way?
That's the question. What do
Yeah,
you think the
okay.
character would try to do?
I'm gonna be real racist here and call the Sill to come help me with this seed.
Okay, I come over and look at the seed.
So like you're a pixie. What do you think about this thing?
Do I have any knowledge about this seed? I feel like I've just been pulled out. I feel like this is just racism.
It kind of is.
Can you like, I don't know, like don't your people like do stuff with seeds?
What do you mean, you people?
Mo- Mostly my people tinker with machinery. But
Yeah, but like where your people are from, like they know how to do stuff with seeds.
This is getting literally more racist by the second, and it's beautiful. I don't have a token on the board. I don't think for. I should have made a little map, like a little shorthand for this, but I don't have a token for Griffroll, do I? No. So, if Griffle was in the room, right? And I'm maybe I can just draw this out real quick. It'll be easier. Do a new page. Pull everybody this blank page. Blindingly bright. All right.
For real.
Yeah, give us a nice gray background there.
Yeah,
Dark mode doesn't even help.
It is. Let's try that. That's less offensive.
Slightly.
All right. Well, for me at least, it's less offensive. I'll make it.
First there was racism. Now we're saying too white is offensive.
There we go.
Darker is better.
All right. So we've got. This doesn't have to be representative, right? But I'm going to give 3 basic boxes. And these are going to be kind of like encounter area type things. So we've got.
Oh.
So we got the bedroom, the hall, and downstairs. And then the DM is going to make it to where these things are not super hard to see, ideally. Why is this just like really hard to read? Is it just me, or is that really hard to read?
It is really hard to read.
It's hard.
Red and
Maybe
gray.
if the background were like a really stark white, it'd probably be really easy to read.
It's asking for pain.
There we go.
That's
There
good.
you go.
All right, so place yourself in the encounter area that you think your character is in right now. So, Griffle is obviously in the bedroom. Where's Phil?
Are these like this is next to the bedroom basically, and then this is down the stairs, kind of?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is basically in order to get from downstairs to the bedroom, you have to go through the hall.
Yeah.
so one just called me to the seed. So should I put myself downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of go into a little bit more initiative order stuff. Griffle's done a lot of stuff, and so I'm gonna go to kind of more. So one call still over like what do, and we're gonna kind of work from there. So I'm gonna go by scene, more or less. So since Griffel has had a good chunk of turn stuff and is trying to help with the turning of the child, Morin, you kind of come into the door and see this scene. What are you doing when you come into the door?
Is the wraith there?
The wraith is not quite there yet,
Not there yet.
but you
And there's
saw her walking through the wall slowly as you were running up.
yeah, I passed her on the stairs. So I am gonna go in and just kind of post up out of the way. But I'm trying to keep an eye out to see where the wraith is. Um, is this an open air room, or is that window just like a closed window?
So it is is a window to the outside. It's here, and it is closed.
Okay.
It's one of those kind of like big. The window is one of the like big kind of traditional like noble house windows. So it's like floor to ceiling. It's really wide. It gives plenty of like light for the bedroom, that sort of stuff. Got a huge curtain over top of it. And in this world, it was also like it's noticeably more expensive than like every other window in the entire house, not in the entire house, but also the entire like town. It's like a very nicely made window. But yeah, so it's there, and you in the kind of back corner. This isn't really designed to be like an actual like grid or whatever, but sort of in the room as well. There's Hatterai, who is holding on to, or is close to, and is holding the other hand of Vacron, who looks just very confused at what's going on. And in one of his hands, you see this partially translucent black blade that is kind of flickering in and out in his hand.
And
he is up at you as you kind of come in, and you see concern, but he's still kind of being talked to by Hatterai.
Yeah, I just nod at him. How big is the room?
It's actually probably about this big. It's probably like a little bit longer, like 15 by 20, maybe by 25.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll just kind of make sure that I'm not in anybody's way, but I can see the whole room.
Okay. So I'm going to put Syl down with 1. I'm going to put Phil up here. So Phil, what are you doing in the hall? You've made yourself up, and you can see one is struggling with something down kind of at the bottom of the stairs, and Morin is kind of posted up, and there's more screams coming from her, more yelling, really more than screams coming from the bedroom.
Can I see into the bedroom?
Yeah, the door's open.
Okay. Griffel, can I be of assistance?
I don't know, can he?
I have healing spells. Would a healing spell help?
Where are we at with the process?
So the shaman is sort of muttering to herself, and you can tell from the way that she's talking, she's very broken common, that she's sort of half trying to figure out what she's supposed to do, and half sort of digging into this weird connection where like trying to figure out what the future knowledge, like not only what am I supposed to do right now, but what was I supposed to have done, and whatever this weird magic is telling me is going to happen. So she's trying to predict what she's supposed to do, and also try to do what needs to be done.
Okay.
Mostly, she's just confused.
Okay. Do I have any inkling of like what she might need?
So there's a good bit of blood, and there's all kinds of stuff around. You know that typically this sort of stuff needs like a constant supply of clean, warm cloths. There's a big basin on the far side of the bed, which is where you are. So maybe having warm cloths and things is the typical thing, but your character's not really been around for like an active childbirth before, so
No, I have not. But I have been around for like sawbone doctoring plenty of times though.
So
and I am trained in heal, and I do have healing spells as well.
So most of the problem seems to be that she doesn't really understand what is wrong, and so doesn't know what to do, and doesn't know how to tell you what you need to do. But she knows enough about kind of what's going on, and she's kind of talking to herself and talking to you about the process, that you might be able to use something like heal or nature to help her work through the process of trying to do what she's trying to do.
Okay.
So you wanted to use like
So
Okay.
I guess my answer then would be like, yes, we could use another pair of hands.
Cool.
Well, I have 2 of those. Uh,
You also have a plague, I yell from
oh,
downstairs.
that's
Touch
I
anything.
forgot.
Fuck, I forgot as well.
I love that
Just
just happened in character.
I just freeze. 1, can I help you?
Sure.
How can I help without
Poor
touching anyone?
Philly.
I totally forgot.
So, Drock, what are you doing?
Well, if Philly just got shut down and Griffle and them need help, I will offer to help if they need it. I'll be like, Philly, tag out, trade places.
All right. So, are you going to head in?
Sure. Yep.
All right. You head into the bedroom. You see kind of what's going on. You see a woman who's obviously in labor, and there's, the process of giving birth is a bit of a messy scene. So, what does your character do here? Like, what is their reaction walking into this room?
Just I'll walk in and immediately say, "Tell me what you need. I'm here to help."
So the shaman will say, I don't know what she needs. Great lady has strangeness, problems. Any moment now, there could be. And as she says that, the wraith walks through the wall. And you see the shaman flinch, and the woman who's been screaming looks down and locks her eyes on the wraith. Griffle, you feel this sort of impending sense of familiarity. Like
No.
you just opened the front cover of a book you've read before.
I'll
No.
I'll indicate to Morin and see if there's like a way that we can like step in front of or like distract the wraith in a way. Leaning on Morin for guidance, of course.
So wait, what is it exactly that you're doing?
I want to like distract the wraith, keep the wraith as far away as possible without like.
So you're like beckoning me over to
Yeah.
intervene? Okay. And I'm just gonna silently shake my head.
Oh, so like don't do that. That'd be a bad plan.
More that I won't assist you.
Oh, okay. Fair.
So what do you do?
I'm gonna just step between the wraith and the bed, kind of see if I can just try and intervene and at least distract or something.
I hold out my hand to stop the ghost.
Can I?
Yeah, right. Like I don't know.
Can
So
I
we-
like hold like a detect magic? Because I want to know exactly what this wraith does in this room.
Sure. So Drock, you see when you kind of interpose yourself in front of her, this sort of sad look on her face. She says, "Never helps, never does. Just drawing attention to seeing me. Not my place." She shakes her head, and she doesn't seem to be looking at you so much as just looking straight through your body to where the woman is laying. One of many, down at the bottom of the stairs. What do? We might
I
run
guess
a couple minutes late today, if that's okay with people.
I have
Yep.
to leave right at 7.
No, okay.
I know.
so. I guess I would catch Philly up on, the seed seems very heavy. It also seems different. It seems like it needs to be activated in some way, like it wants to get used right now, but I don't know how. Um,
Plant it? Question
yeah,
mark.
yeah. It I feel like it might react to like the green energy. So if you guys could like try to channel that into it in some way that we don't understand. Maybe.
So what do you want to do? If you're holding in your hand, you know how to use the energy. Normally, it just lights your hands on fire. Is that what
Yeah,
you want to do?
I want to try to do that, and I want these two to also try to do that
Okay.
with me.
So give me an Arcana check. So we'll start. It'll be individual checks. So give me your check first.
All right, here I go.
Nice.
Oh
So
my.
the kind of flames lick up from your hands, and then as soon as you kind of turn them on, you get this immediate sensation of, oh wait, I'm holding a plant. And then it fades immediately as the flames flow into the seed, and you see the top of the seed sort of bowl in slightly, and then at the very point of the seed, you see a tiny little tendril of something kind of poke up above it, and that weird distorted magic around the sides fades as it kind of locks in to your hands. You get the sensation that, at least for the second, you can move this thing.
I think we should go upstairs. And I run upstairs.
Leaps.
You run up to the top of the stairs, you get to the hall, and as you're holding it in your hands, you feel the magic, that little pulse of energy that you have used a bunch of times before. You know you only have a tiny taste of it, like it's barely there. And it kind of dies down. The flames fade, it dissipates like the thing is hungrily consuming it, and it runs out, and your whole body sort of slams to a halt, like something you were holding just immediately stops moving.
All right. So I'll call to these guys. It needs more juice.
Right,
Let's
I'm
go.
following, and
What do you want to do?
I guess I will also try to channel the green energy. Although mine's dormant, so I don't know if it'll be harder.
So what do you want to do with it? Like they have so one at least has an Arcana, has a basically a spell she can use, and then she can use Arcana to sort of manipulate that spell. What are you doing? What are you using to start with? And then do you have a skill or something that you want to try to manipulate with it?
The only time I've ever channeled the green energy actively was when I cut my hand on the bridge. So maybe I try to cut my hand again and see if that works, since I'm kind of flailing in the dark.
Okay. So you cut your hand and you get a little bit of blood welling up.
And I'll bleed on the seed if I'm allowed to.
I mean, I don't think anyone's going to stop you.
Okay.
Do you like drip a little bit of blood on it, or you just like cut your hand and then press it to the seed?
I'll cut my hand and press it to the seed. And I'll close
So,
my eyes and try to channel something or try to feel something.
all right, give me a nature check. Nature's default. If you feel like you want to justify something else, I want to explain what this is before you make the check. So, if you want to justify something else, you have something to go off of. As soon as you cut your hand, you get this like kind of weird, silly, like, what am I even doing feeling? And then when you slam your hand against it, you feel a connection. Like as soon as your blood touched the seed, it sank into the soft flesh of the outside of the seed. And it felt like something in you was reaching out and grabbing hold of something inside the seed. And
Oh,
there's
shit.
this weird feeling like you're mending an old bridge. Not that you're creating something new, but like you're fixing something that was broken. So that is
Oh, it's still broken.
1 second. It is definitely not broken. I need to see check results. You had a 13,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
The -1?
There's a -1 in there.
Yeah. My nature is a +4.
Whew. Okay. I'm assuming 35 hits your fortitude.
Oh shit.
Yes, it does.
Jesus.
Wow.
So you slam your hand against it, and this little eruption of flame comes from your hand and goes out the top of your hand and bathes your entire arm, face, and chest in green gold flames that burst out from it and then sink into your flesh as you hear a woman's voice say, "Oath Breaker."
It's a good book.
The power kind of flowing from it forces you back. One, as soon as that sort of eruption of fire comes from it, you get the sensation that it can be moved again.
Okay. And so Syl is a tiny little corpse on the ground.
I
He's
have
still
7
alive.
HP.
He's
Okay.
yeah. He now
Okay.
has a quarter-sized hole. Well, I mean, if he was a full-size person, for his size, he has a quarter-sized hole in the center of his hand, and his body is covered in like flames.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of like look torn, and then run into the room.
Wow.
Thank you for your service.
You get into the room, and then as you can see, basically you're now within sight of the woman on the bed. The seed sort of slams home again and stops. Phil, you're up.
Can I get a bonus action?
Bonus. It's skill challenge stuff, so it's what you think
So
can
no.
reasonably make sense in a few seconds.
Would I know that she can't fully reach her destination?
Yeah, you can see here. The assumption is that the three of you guys are trying to get the seed in here, so you probably went with her, unless you say you're not going to.
No, I think that's wise. As long as Syl is somewhat alive.
He's very clearly in pain, but not dead.
I've been in pain before. In
Awesome.
fact, I'm still in pain right now. Yeah. Can I do the same thing? Same deal?
Of which one?
What do you mean of which one?
Are
Oh,
you
nature
using-
versus Arcana.
Yeah,
I would
so
like to
you-
use my power.
Okay. Go ahead. Give me an Arcana. Well, Arcana is default. You can also use nature.
And I'm treating it. So. The 19.
19, which I'm nearly positive is enough, but I will double check before I narrate things. It is indeed. So you evoke the power within you, the little bit of trickle of the Force Primeval flows from you into the seed, and you see the top of the seed casing kind of shrivel down again further, kind of pressing down. And you see from the top of the seed case that little vine that's kind of coming up the top. It grows again as one is able to move, like take a couple steps forward. And one, before you make it to the bed, you get this sensation like you've entered the edge of something, almost like you're stepping into jello. And as soon as that happens, the top of it, on top of that little vine sticking out of the seed, spirals outward into a huge golden rose. And it looks like it's made of gold, like not just golden color. It looks like it's actually metal. And it's about the size of your two fists together, pops out of the top of the seed. And then there is this brilliant burst of golden light in the room. And there is this sort of shriveling back of everyone, like away from that, whatever that is. As the light fades, you hear this tink, 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 tink. Petals, golden petals, wilting and falling from a flower, very quickly dispersing. Replaced soon by another sound, a baby crying. See you guys next time.
I don't understand.
Wow.
My tiny brain hurts.
Yeah. Say.
I have no idea what happened, but I love it.
What's the Wraith doing? We can't just end on a cliffhanger.
Gary, man, come on.
No, he's
I-
got someone who's got to leave right now, so he
I-
can't. He can't.
I do have to go. Gary, I did send like 4 things that if you guys like go on for a little bit in this scene, the 4 things I want to accomplish in this scene.
No, I want people that want to come back next time. So I'm not saying shit.
Oh,
Okay.
fine.
When is next time?
That's not,
Do we
Oh, that's a
know?
good question.
The
I'm
9th.
happy to have to continue talking about stuff, but as far as like the plot of the game is not going to progress.
If there's scheduling stuff, I'll check the scheduling channel, but I have to run, you guys. Thanks so much.
Later.
Bye.
Leave.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See ya.